Hey guys, we're back with more Amiibo training, though it's a bit different this time around, and I'll explain as we log in. Also, check out my new icon. I just realized that because I have the Switch Online, I can actually get those special icons. I was like, oh right, the new Kirby game came out recently. Light mode, ew, yeah. I don't even spend too much time in the menu, so I just don't really care. What we really needed were themes, and we haven't even gotten any on those. That's just a little sad. Let me put the volume down on my headphones so I can hear myself. Alrighty. So, since the alchemist is actually here, I guess we can quickly go over what's happening. So, recently, when I went to visit to do that extra stream, I think last week or the week before, we traded amiibos. So I have two of their amiibos here, these little disc ones, and I am to train one of them. I was thinking of training both of them maybe today because when I was counting out my amiibos, I have two each, and I usually train two each. And I thought it would be a fun idea to just get the other one and just train it to be a raid boss because it has spirits on it. Just to see how well it goes. But anyways, this is the amiibo we're training. So yeah, we have this Fox amiibo from Crescent, which I have no idea how to play Fox. I won't deny. Like, I don't think I've played Fox, like, at all. So, I think what I'm gonna do is not train the amiibo straight away and do a bit of a warm-up match for myself. Let's just put you away for 1 second, please. Let's see how we go. The problem with Fox and me is just, like... Bro is heavy. I don't know, he's very fast faller, so it's gonna be very difficult. Actually, haven't had a good look at Fox's outfits. Oh, I like this green one. I'll take this one. I did do some Smash Brothers the other day, but man, lag is such a killer. I kind of wish we didn't. Wow, off the rip. Okay. Meta Knight, goodness gracious. I'm just practicing and he's just up for blood. Wow, Fox's, a lot of Fox's moves aren't very long range by the looks of it. Oh god, he... He's got the, what is it, the neutral sex kick. Oh my god! Okay, Meta Knight. That's this will... I do remember seeing this. Okay. But yeah, I have a feeling that the Fox amiibo is based off a particular OC from Crescent's work. Just a hunch, but... I realized I could use the reflector, but I realized that Meta Knight legitimately has nothing to use reflector on. Orbs out for blood. Okay, goes to ledge. Whoop! I can't believe I recovered that, honestly. I was like, yeah, I'm dead. Do I go into freefall if I do the side special? I don't know. I don't use Fox. He has a pretty snappy up air, which is nice. God, he falls fast. I'm so used to using, like, my boys. This guy just, like, throbs like a stone. Up he goes into freefall. Okay. Can't use that as a... Man, seems to be a sour spot or something? What was that interaction? Need to get the kill. There we go. Right.
Mission complete.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a long road. Up B goes into free fall. Yeah. I was just wondering if side B went into free fall. Like, could I side B into up air sort of thing? Or is that DLC only? Alright, let's do our best. Because another reason I have to try and teach this fox as best as I can is because I got excited and I was like, oh, it's not the Miitopia version. How'd that miss? Okay. There we go. I'm so not used to the jumps. His jumps are a little shorter? I don't know. Okay, that doesn't really kill. Can't really use that as a short and snappy. Yeah, it feels like it, sure. Good. Guess. Nah, that didn't work out as I was hoping. He's got a decent recovery. Like, it goes a lot further than I thought it did. Oh. New one announced. What might that be about? Ah, a new Dragon Ball game. Gotcha. Not used to seeing the moderator text box pop up, so I'm just like, oh, it takes up quite a lot of room on my OBS. Another Dragon Ball game. Is it like a fighter game, or is it more like what they did with, is it Kakarot or something like that? Someone's calling. And I'm going to ignore it. More as those, one of those spam callers. Always interrupting my streams, those people. Based on the old arcadey fighting game. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Why are you standing there? I need to use Fox's back here a bit. I think it might help. Hey Void! Good to see you. I am playing Fox for the first time, I guess that's the best way to describe it. Oh, that was... Didn't get off ledge. So basically what's happening is that the Alchemist, who's currently in this chat for a little while because they're probably going to do their own streaming stuff, they lent me 2 of their Amiibos, and I am required to train up one of them. And they are training up one of my Amiibos, and we're going to pit them against each other. So I believe I gave over Zelda and Mewtwo, and I think they're training Zelda. So it's going to be a very tough fight because I think Fox doesn't do too well against Zelda, to be honest. Especially Amiibo Zelda's pretty good. If we have Final Smashes on as well, I'm pretty sure that Zelda wins automatically. Zelda has one of the best Final Smashes in the game. Especially for an Amiibo too. Because Amiibos tend to rack up damage really, really quickly when they get to a certain point. Like, basically, the difference between I guess, a CPU and an Amiibo is that Amiibos actually get an attack and defense stat. And because of that, that makes them heavier, that makes them hit harder. And Zelda's Final Smash is one of those Final Smashes where if you're over 100, you just die instantly, there's no escape. It's like Sora's. I think there's another one Amiibo that does... Oh, no, another fighter that has a similar Final Smash, but basically... There are times when an Amiibo could theoretically survive a Final Smash, but in terms of Zelda's one, if they're over 100, they just die instantly. Oh, Bayonetta's, that's another one. The problem with Bayonetta's is that it's really tricky to land. Zelda, all she needs to do is literally hit the B button. So, I tend not to have Final Smashes on for my tournaments because of that issue. Because just some Final Smashes are a lot better than others. Just, I mean, compare, like, say, Rosalina's one to Zelda's one. There's a huge difference. And then Fox's one is okay, I guess, but he has to sort of aim it. It's got a smaller hitbox, but it's another big reason I think in the tier list, what is it, Incineroar is really high up on the tier list. Is because none of the Amiibos seem to know how to function against a Alolan Whip. And because an Amiibo is pretty accurate with their timing and stuff, they can pretty much just, time the perfect Alolan Whip straight up. So there's just very little chance for the other Amiibos to react. And perfect Alolan Whip at a level 50 Amiibo, I'm pretty sure it just kills most Amiibo in 2 hits, which is kind of nuts. And then I guess, I don't know, I haven't looked up anything about Kazuya's Amiibo. I think it's also in the high tier as well, due to it being Kazuya. Classic victory animation. It's so weird to see some of these these victory animations because I just don't use these characters. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Alright, so we're almost at level 15. Goodness, it's gonna take a while. Oh, you're back. Welcome back from your short little break into the void. We need to try and get this Fox Amiibo up to 20, but I think the problem is my Fox is not great. I won't deny it. So what I might do is only train him up to 15 and just start wailing on him with all the other Amiibos. What's the max level? It's 50. So... Wait a second, I just realized you're here for intel. No. What? Me? I see you in the corner with your notepad and you're like, no, me? Taking notes? No, I wouldn't. Was it always 50? Yeah, it's always been 50, even in Smash 4. Okay, so behind up air seems to have a sour spot, so it's not as great to use as a pickup thing. It might be better to either go there or down smash. I think down smash is a bit better there. I think I used to think it was 40 for a while, but it's... Whoa. I was hoping to get a cool back air in, but it didn't work out for me. Oh well. Kick. Boot to the head. Alright. Let's see. I almost got to 15. I think I'll leave it at that. So that's not too bad. What I might do is quickly switch over to another character. See how that goes. Unless... Does a level 9 CPU Fox do better than I do? Probably. Let's give it a try, why not? I'm just curious. Watch them just avoid each other for the entire match or something like that. Gonna look, no worries, Void. I'm also hoping that later on after this Amiibo session that I'm able to do some Pokemon and get that, because the new Pokemon stuff obviously came out and there's obviously the Scarlet exclusive and the Violet exclusive, and I am stuck, unable to find the Scarlet exclusive right now. But also I actually realized that I don't have a good Mon to do the raid with. And I'm gonna have to get it at decently. Double mentioned picking up Scarlet yesterday. That is true, but wow, that's a big recovery. I don't know how long it would take for them to get yeah, to the point where you can get those Mons, because if Double only just picked up Scarlet, it's gonna be a bit of a while before they can get the exclusive, right? Because I'm pretty sure the exclusive's level 75, just default. Oops, still didn't get WW. Yeah, but I've also found out that when you go into those online raids, and if you don't manage to get in, don't refresh, just keep clicking the icon, because what it is it's not just one sort of like, I guess, room. It's like what the game will do is it will look for multiple different rooms. And it will be like, oh, there's this, there's a bunch of these WW raids or thing. Yeah, and I think it's 2 weeks long, so we're actually getting close to the end of the event, if I'm right. So, this session, hopefully I'll do my best to, like, get onto a WW raid, if possible. Yeah, I mean, if Double speed runs the game, they could, but like, it's gonna be still a very difficult task, regardless. CPU Fox is very jumpy, I've noticed. We'll hope I can get a chance to grab either then. Yeah, like I said, if you... the best way I think would be to get into those raids is to just, like... Also, I've noticed our Amiibo's spamming, which is a little worrying. Could trade over some ready monsters, obedience isn't a thing in raids. Yeah. That is true. I guess they would just have... And if they manage to go through the story decently fast enough, they can just get a bunch of the badges and go for it. But yeah, I'll probably be doing a slight tutorial on what would be the best Mon that you can easily sort of grab to do these raids. Because from what I've heard, for at least Waking Water, for WW, Lurantis with Contrary is pretty good. The downside is obviously you need to find a Lurantis with the hidden ability. Or at least use an ability patch. Oh, that was a big level up. It's probably because the match went on for so long. Right. Nope. I need... Right. We're just going to attack this wolf, or this fox with everything we've got. Used Miraidon for Waking Water, wasn't great, but they're exclusive. Yeah, Miraidon's definitely a good option. The problem is Miraidon is obviously version exclusive, and for Waking Water, it's actually the version that exclusive they wouldn't have. Oh man, playing as Fox has messed up my jumps for my other characters. But yeah, also I don't think I've trained up Miraidon. I honestly should. Problem is that training a raid mon compared to like what is it, a competitive mon is different, I guess. Though I will mention one thing I've been doing recently is I actually ended up making a new team. I do have like one competitive team, but I decided to make another team as a sort of interesting little gag team. It's a mono normal team. So who knows, maybe our eternal rival Nimona Doppel will show themselves today, and we'll get to test out that team. Okay, at least it seems that that match after the other Fox, they don't seem to be spamming as much, which is not too bad actually. Yeah, they're starting to use grabs more, they're starting to dodge more, so that's definitely an improvement from their spamming they were doing earlier. So, I mean, that forward smash still does a lot of damage. Oh, also I guess I could, what is it? Train up one Miraidon for Terra battles and the other one for competitive. Because you technically get two of them. I know the reason for that is so that you can trade one to a Scarlet user so you can get the other version exclusive. The only problem is it doesn't really work in my case because I need at least two Miraidons. One to ride on and one to put in the living decks. So unless someone casually just gave me a free Koraidon, then it's not happening into the decks. Which is a little bit of a shame, but that's how the cookie crumbles. I mean, we're going to be getting, like, what, a huge amount of new Pokemon when the DLC drops, so that will be another big thing to stick into the decks. Though, one thing I did do is I do have a bunch of Hisuian Zorua, so if anyone doesn't have any of those, just let me know. Because I can always give you a free one of those. Probably saved the Amiibo. That's what I wanted to do. Goodness. The Hisuian Zorua. So there was an event briefly, or for those who I think got the DLC, and they gave you a level 100 Hisuian Zorok. I think Zorok. I think that's how you say it. You know, the ghost normal type one. And obviously, I wanted to get the Zorua because I actually like the Zorua a bit more than the fully evolved one. Forgot about the thing. No worries. If you need to go, still get that. Oh, the footstool. Yeah, if you need to go get that, don't forget. I think it's, if I remember rightly, it's in when you download the DLC, you get a code sent to your email, and I think that's how it works. But yeah, if you need a Zorua, that's totally fine. There is a guide actually on the internet that's floating around for those shiny hunters. If you want to get, let's say you want to get a Hisuian Zorua. obviously you can easily get a shiny Hisuian Zorua in Legends Arceus. Totally easy. But what if, let's say, you want to put the Zorua in a particular Pokeball? Like, let's say you'd like to put it into a Moon Ball or something like that, which isn't obviously in Legends. There's a guide where you can breed, obviously, a Hisuian Zorua and get a regular Zorua of a certain gender with that exclusive ball. Then you can breed them until you get a Hisuian one. Obviously, you need to have the Hisuian one hold an Everstone. And eventually you'll get one with a Moon Ball, and then you can just continue to breed the Hisuian one to get shiny in the Moon Ball. So there is... But I think those are the current only new mons that came out recently. Is it just me or Fox is really short? I'm having trouble hitting this man. What's he doing? There we go. But yeah, I guess now with the DLC, you know, confirmed to be coming out soon, I guess the raids are going to change a little bit. I think because they have no incentive to, like, you know, bring out raids that have exclusive mons like Charizard and Cinderace and all that, and Greninja. So I'm like wondering what they plan to do with that. Like, they plan to just not be bringing out any more of those, or is it going to do a teaser sort of thing? And I'm going to guess those who don't buy the DLC will still be able to use these mons, because Wonder Trade is a thing. So, like, I assume if somebody, let's say, traded you... What's on the new mons? Let's say Bulbasaur, because obviously Charizard's in the game, Squirtle and Bulbasaur are coming afterwards. Like, if you get traded a Bulbasaur, like, even without the DLC, I assume you still get it. Nom. I don't like the look of something real quick. Let me double check. Right, go to the next stage. Yep, that's a bot. Let's get rid of that real quick. I mean, coming into the chat, I think it'll be like Sword and Shields where the Pokédex gets expanded for everyone regardless. Yeah, I think so too, honestly. Mod view on mobile. Yeah. The only reason it's a big reason why I have these stream avatars, thankfully, is that the stream avatar pops up and I can see the name and I'm just like, yeah, Public Enemy 821. Definitely it doesn't sound like any humans I know. There's some dead there. Minior is back. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited too. Minior was one of my favorites in Alola. I always wanted to get a shiny Minior because shiny Minior was such a great shiny. And then the game's like, yeah, it's Sun and Moon exclusive. I mean, like, seriously, Minior has not been back in any sort of form, like, at all. So being able to see, and it's also multicolored, so you know what that means. When it comes out, we've got to go get every single color to put to the decks. And I'm going to enjoy it because I like Minior. And Minior's such a cool mon, just in general. Like, the concept of a rock flying type, just... Ow! you know, not looking like your conventional rock flying types. The feeling when my username has a bunch of weapons. Yeah, true, but like, I mean, the just AJ part at least sounds more realistic than some bots names. Some bot names just look suspicious as hell. Sometimes I don't even know if they're a bot or not, and I'm like, And also, I think a big way for me to know if you're real or not, AJ, is you actually start talking, and also you're in the Discord. Unless Cress has somehow, managed to get a bot to like talk in the Discord, and you're actually just a bunch of monkeys in a trench coat. Just let us know, okay? You're a really talented bunch of monkeys in a trench coat, I won't deny, because you've helped me out with raids, so you know. Oh, speaking of other patterns, I probably will be trying out to figure out how to do the Vivillon thing, because I feel... You have a Discord now? Is that different? No, when I'm talking about the Discord, it's just talking about the Alchemist's Discord. I am currently floating around in. Not yet. I know you want me to get a Discord for myself. It's not yet. It will happen, maybe. Questionable. I'm not. Don't hold me out on it. But if I do get a Discord, I will let you know, Void. Don't you worry. There'll be a big banner, or I'll just... One day you'll come into my stream and there'll just be a big watermark over my stream that says, I have a Discord now. Okay, so don't worry. I'll make it absolutely clear if I do get a Discord. Another Star Fox stage. Okay. Getting Fox is so difficult. This boy is so stiff. Serve I post too many drawings in. And I'm sure Cress doesn't mind. I mean, technically I do a lot of drawing in Cress's chat too. But mine's are more of the emotes sort of side. And now I guess with the new drawing comp that's happening, more drawing. And that happens, you need to have a Discord grand opening milestone stream. Yeah. Don't worry, though to be honest, I have a feeling that if I do open a Discord, the first thing I'm going to do is just spend like days in it by myself trying to make sure everything's organized before I commit. Never too many. Yeah. It's nice to see the talents of other people. Like, you draw really cool weapons. That is something I'm not good at. So I'm always excited to see more drawing. And I think, who else? Mogton? Oh, there I go. They draw quite frequently as well. So it's always good to see. And I think with the new drawing event, we'll see a lot more artists in the fray. Which I'm looking forward to, honestly. Gamers I would like to see. I think AJ draws a bunch of weapons in the Alchemist's channel. Yeah, good old Mog. I think Mog jumped in and was like, hi. And I was like, oh, new person. They're like, throws out their art portfolio. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I mean, I'm not going to criticize them for that, but I was just like a little shocked. I was like, oh boy. There's just a bunch of artwork all of a sudden. But yeah, I don't know if I can totally, like, what's the word? Promote the Alchemist's channel? Can I? I mean, they're here. They want to casually be like, here's the link to my Discord. I wouldn't mind, but I don't think you can send links in my chat. Yeah, AJ's the one who draws lots of weapons. Though Cress, I think, does a bit of their own drawing as well. Not as much as AJ. AJ does quite a bit. Because of mod, but it's up to you. Ah, I see. Yeah. Honestly, I should be, like, promoting your Twitch and your Discord, because I'm literally sitting in it mooching off your Twitch. Should pick up drawing again. Use my tablet again. Ooh, nice. That definitely is good. I recently, a couple of weeks ago, I found my old drawing tablet, like my ancient one I used in high school sort of level, and my goodness, it is small. I was like, I can't believe I used this to draw. It was small, it didn't have a screen, it was just one of those ones where you had to look at the actual computer to draw on it. It was so small. It was almost as, it felt like it was as big as my mouse, honestly. Most streamers I know are usually not opposed to promoting others. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind promoting Alchemist. Like, most of the time I'm just like, yeah, Cress did this, or Cress is doing this. And I bet a bunch of people who've never been on my channel like, who the heck is Cress? And I'm like, yeah, I know Cress. Ow, what happened there? Ah, young Link, why is your sword too short? Why don't you have the gilded sword? Can't reach the platforms. Okay, so I just air dodged into that. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Yeah, our schedules do overlap. Thankfully, our schedules only overlap on this day. On Wednesdays, it doesn't. But yeah, I have to practice the raid thing. I'll send people your way after my stream because I usually finish before you do. Got one of those small drawing tabs and I prefer drawing on my phone more. Yeah. Sundays, I think? No, I only do two streams a week. I haven't decided whether I'll do Sundays or anything like that. I think I just joined in on Sundays because you were doing that special promotion the other day. I have Q on tablet. Q on tablet. I don't think I've heard. Let me take a look. See. Q on tablet. I'm just curious. Oh yeah, there's one of those big ones. AJ, is your phone? AJ, please say that your phone has a pen. I don't know what I'd think if you were using like you're using your finger to draw all those things. I guess that would be it would be talented, but it'd be very strange. Coming. Oh, dang it. My plan. He's down is faster. He's getting faster at doing his attacks. A little bit overwhelming, to be honest. Perhaps that's a good thing. Want our fox to be overwhelming. As long as he can kill, that's what I'm worried about. Those don't work on the phones. Wait, so you are drawing... Okay, how about this? AJ, how exactly are you drawing your stuff? This is an intervention from us tablet users, we need to know. No, AJ! I just... Oh my god, I can't imagine. It's so clumsy to draw with fingers. I mean, the fact you're drawing pretty great artworks without a pen is, I guess, a testimony of how good your art style is. Ah, dang. I thought they were gonna go for Firefox, not side. Ah, I can't do this. Can't get that thing. Press it, sure, yeah. But yeah. After getting my big tablet, I definitely am not going to go back anytime soon to do on that small little tablet. I was like, "Hmm, since it's alright to drop here, here's the Discord. There we go. There's Cress's Discord, if anyone's interested in joining. Oh, we're at level 30-ish, so we're getting there. A couple more matches and then we'll have some of the CPU do some matches with them. Yeah, that's true as well. So you won't miss my streams if you do go on Cress's Discord, because they now have a function that allows them to promote people. So like, hey, go check these people out, because there's a lot of other streamers. It's not just Cress who's there, obviously. There's tons of streamers, and you might discover some that are playing games that you're really interested in. You never know. Because I know somebody's playing, I think, what game was it? Someone was streaming Monster Hunter, which I am considering. I haven't decided whether I'll stream Monster Hunter. It's definitely a game on the list. But I'm actually thinking to play the new Kirby game soon. Yeah, I think it's Len who's playing Monster Hunter. I think they also play Pokemon Scarlet, maybe? As well? I don't know. Which is weird when it comes to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, because they call it Pokemon Scarlet and Violet no matter what version you're playing. They just group it together, so it may say like, oh, I'm playing Scarlet, but the truth is I'm just playing Violet. But yeah, it's definitely a great feature. Because if you don't get the emails, or you don't want emails from Twitch saying, hey, your such and such has gone live, sort of thing, the Discord's a great place to check that out. And plus you get to chat with us when we're just doing random things. You might see me posting about my doggo, a bunch of food I make. You'll get to see pictures of that. You don't get to see that on the Twitch, unfortunately. Because unless I figure out how to set up my Twitch my webcam down there. Can you imagine if I just did a stream where I'm just like, here's how I bake food? It would be cool, but like, it'd be just 2 hours of me just waiting for food to cook. And those who have push notifications for emails largely spam. Yeah. Fox is sort of blending in. It's like, why you blend in with background? Also, up airing Fox is so hard, because like I try to do that and imagine fear you have to be in conversation for 2 hours. Oh no, goodness gracious, can you imagine? I'm like, alright guys, we're gonna play some video games, and I just get my Switch in handheld mode and have the webcam look at it. He's so scuffed. The scuffedest recording in history of just me just being like, eh. Oh, and Stick's here. Hey, Stick. Alright, level 35. I guess we can bring out my boys. Alright. Yeah, thank you for joining the Discord. I guess saying it also on Cress's part. Yeah, Fox is short. My goodness. He's shorter than me. I must be getting a little bit rusty. I better... Ah, that fire! I just can't attack him when he's covered in the fire. I want to. I really do. But every time I try to attack him, I end up just getting him damaged. Also, I realize he's not taking much damage at all. Gotta have the fisheye GoPros on my head. Oh goodness. Oh, I got the spike! Yes! I'm so excited when I get the spike with Pit or Dark Pit, because their spike is not great. Or I'm either that or I'm not good at it. It's one of the two. Pick your pick. Woo! That was a mistake. Alright. He gets out of, every time he goes, he gets launched, he just starts swinging. POV. Flower can be making fake treats. Yeah, watch me play Smash Brothers or something like that, or play Kirby whilst making treats. Fox, why are you so short? My neutral air doesn't work on him. He's like a moving hitbox. I guess that's a good thing. Better than an Amiibo that literally sits in the air, waiting to get obliterated. Because I remember having an Amiibo who would be like that. Oh, okay. Let's go avoid the darker stage or get the screen reflection back of your face. Accidental face reveal. Yeah, I know. Maybe I have to wear a mask or something like that so you can't see me. Then again, I won't be able to see what I'm doing either. Quick drink. Because today is apparently a heat wave, which is fun. Got my windows closed, blinds up, got a fan behind me. Try and keep myself as cool as possible. Like, even my mum was concerned. She's like, are you sure you want to do that streaming thing? Because, like, it's going to be really hot. And I was like, yes, I'm going to do the streaming thing. This is the only interaction I get many times a week. I gotta train Amiibos. Very important. She's like, right. Wow, he does like one forward smash and that does like 30 damage. Same. Yeah. Well, it's nice to see a little bit of interactions. But she's like, you need to go outside a bit more. Like, can't lock yourself inside all day. Or you just... And I'm like, it's so hot outside. Like, why would I want to go outside right now? It's so absurd. We're in autumn. And autumn's like, nah, summer 2.0. And I'm just like, no. I can see a message directed, I think, to me. But I'll just have to read that in a moment. Ronald's kicking my ass. I need to stop him. No! Oh, he chased me all the way up. Goodness. He's out for blood. Get out of here. Goodness, he's just swinging. Wow, his laser does nothing. His throw is almost just as bad as a Fire Emblem character's throw. And they have pretty atrocious throwing abilities. Like, I don't know which Fire Emblem character has a decent throw, but maybe Byleth? Byleth's back air doesn't seem too bad. Like, almost every other thing. Yeah, he's throwing feet. No, the fire! Oh no, I got him! No, I didn't! I thought I had him. And I guess the fast falling also makes it just as difficult. Gotta focus. Oh, that didn't work in your favor, did it? Done for years and have lived longer than most people to go outside. Yeah, outside's dangerous. What are you talking about? Did you see that? It's got a big ball of fire outside. I don't know why people go out in there and sit in it. Got 5 days off back to back this week. If you want to catch up in real life, you could check out the arcade at you know where? Oh, I guess that's true. I probably have Tuesday off. And I would probably have Saturday off. That could be interesting to go check out some stuff in real life. And I mean, I can always give this Amiibo back for you to do the things. Well, I guess we can do it over online as well, them fighting each other. Not sure how it will work. I think you can put Amiibo against Amiibo in the arena at the least. Alright. This is the part where I take a break. Oh, we should probably change the stage as well. You didn't realize how much Fox just kicks constantly. A lot of these doesn't really throw hands, does he? That's probably... Yeah, they don't grow from it. Gotcha. It's probably why he just... he's got metal feet. He's like, look, use it. It's probably why his throws are garbage, is because he never uses his arms. His arms have only one function, and it's to use the little gun that he's holding. He didn't use Reflector too much, but eh. Reflector's a bit of a hit or miss because it has a very short hitbox. So, where do I want to go? We'll go to this cursed stage. Oh, wait. I just realized I need to turn off his learning. Let's go back. We don't want him learning too much from the CPUs, because that might result in him getting the wrong nature. Let's head back out real quick, since we're done training him by hand. Let's see. What are you? Aggressive nature. Cool, that's good. Turn the learning off so that he'll stay aggressive no matter what. Because I've had, like, Amiibos turn into floaty nature, and floaty Amiibos just don't kill. They just run around constantly, and you're like, please, just get a kill, and they're like, no, I want to jump and dodge constantly, and you're like, no. It's honestly the worst. Let's get some CPUs in, some team battles. What the heck? Seriously? Mario and Luigi on this stage? I think for Greninja, I only used enough spirits to give him a nature, used floor springs. Okay. So I think it'll be interesting to train the Greninja. I've never trained a spirits Amiibo, I gotta say. I've got a bunch of spirits lying around, so it might be interesting. We probably won't use him for the actual competition between the two of us, because, I mean, it'd be really unfair. Spirits Amiibo will decimate a non-spirited Amiibo any day, because they just get a boosted stats and stuff. But it'd be funny if we can make him the Greninja into a raid battle. Then you can just bring him into Greninja. Always looks super fun as an Amiibo. Yeah, I guess so, but the problem is I'm not terribly great with Greninja, and from either my experience, at least, with Greninja, he's not that great. He looks cool doing all the flashy moves and stuff like that, but like, I think back in Smash 4, I did a little competition, just, you know, Amiibo versus Amiibo sort of thing, just to see what they ranked in the tier list. And I think Greninja came dead last with the least amount of wins. Like, they got rough. But it could also be and I don't use Greninja. Perhaps if somebody had a really good Greninja, you would learn a lot more. But yeah. Oh my goodness, Luigi is still alive at like 3 stocks. But yeah, I think it'd be really interesting to like train the Greninja into just this absurd raid battle. So if Alchemist ever goes on Smash with other people, we put the Amiibo in there and see how they go against it. It would be really interesting. Though I don't know how the lag will work. Like, I assume there wouldn't be any lag because it's literally just a CPU versus a human, so there would probably be less lag. But yeah. Your mic's only going through my right earpiece. Oh, really? Is it just on your end, or am I sounding a bit funny right now? Because I'm pretty sure it's in properly. And I tested it this, Oh, so it is on my end. That is weird. Okay, so it is my mic. I'm gonna have to, the mic, but still, Gambit's fine. Alright. I'll take a quick look-see at my mic, just make sure it's all working. Oh, it's good now? It might, maybe I just accidentally pulled it out slightly or something. Or it's just a test ASMR where I'm just whispering in one ear. It's okay now. Yeah, that is weird. Because I didn't really notice anything weird on my end. Like, my headphones are working fine. So, that is weird, I guess. Come on, Luigi. Oh. Alright, just let me know if it does go back to the weird one ear thing and I'll double check my mic. Because that's the last thing I want to hear too, is just weird audio going through like one headphone. Because I do keep the recording, so that would also be really off-putting. This stage is hot garbage. At least it teaches you the tech. Challenges her fate. Luigi, please! Ah, the Vital Splash! There we go. Goodness gracious. I love that victory animation from him. Okay, at least we got that stage out of the way, so we don't have to worry about that. I usually only do that stage like once and never again. It's also good to teach the Amiibos on like those stages where there's all sorts of weird gimmicks. Like moving stages or... And I guess also just teaching them in group smashes is still a good thing too. Also, it just helps the Amiibo compete against other characters that I don't tend to use. Like, maybe Hero. Steve I'm quite rusty with too. Banjo I'm okay with. Isabelle, I mean, Isabelle's just a slightly different villager. There is a lot happening on this MS Paint stage. Are you serious? I just watched the Amiibo literally jump into that. I love how the little Easter egg with Steve is that if he falls from a really, really high height and lands on the ground, you can hear him make that sound effect, like the one from Minecraft if you like take damage. It doesn't do anything to him, but it's just a little neat detail. Kind of wish the fox didn't use his laser, because laser's not that great. Like, it's good for chip damage, like, without damaging, like, anyone else, but, like... Man, does it not help in terms of, like, actual strategy for the Amiibos. Oh, he is so lucky. If that stage transition didn't happen, I think the Amiibo would be out straight away. They're not looking too hot. Oh, like... How long does it take until I can talk into the general chat? Okay, so I believe what you need to do, I think when you enter it, yeah, you have to write an introduction, and I think it shouldn't take too long. I honestly don't know myself because obviously I think I was in there before Crest added that function. It's just to prevent like certain people from like entering and just causing trouble, because I think we had some issues of those type of peoples. But yeah, if Alchemist is still here, they could probably answer that question. Shouldn't take too long. I think it's also they just need to double check with you. Double check that you're a real person as well. But I'm pretty sure you're pretty real. Oof, they came last in that fight. We're at the 1 hour mark. It's not too bad. Let's go over here real quick. Yeah, I don't think it takes too long. I think it's just more that the Alchemist or Crescent needs to just double check, or a mod on the server needs to check. Because true, I could send a big message over to that Discord and say, like, I has a Discord now. Don't worry, I will make sure that this Discord is if it comes into, if this, what's the encrypted of a Discord shows up, I will let you know. Don't you worry. There's a variety of colors here on this screen. And Pichu screaming to death. One of Pichu's KO sounds is just them screaming. And I'm just like, God, that's awful sounding. Even Pikachu doesn't have something like that. It's just a... It's really disconcerting. It's like you just punched a baby. I'll check the intro now. Sorry, I was distracted watching Fear. Oh, there goes Robin. Yeah, we got some bright colors. Got blue, red, yellow, pink. Ah, there we go. That's probably why it didn't go through Void. You might have missed a checklist, that's all. A lot of people are getting star KO'd. Goodness. Just gonna quickly do something. Since I have these here. These real quick. Number is required. I think what Alchemist says is that you just need to give an estimate. Like, let's say if you're in your 20s, just say 20, in the 20s instead of just saying exactly what number you are, or like if you're in the 30s or whatnot. I think you just need a little bit of an age so that if there's any restricted content, because there could be some youngins on here, so it's just a double check with like that sort of thing, I believe. Ooh. We've got Sheik and Fox, who are quite heavy fast fallers. Summed it up well, yeah. It's just so that we don't accidentally like show you something inappropriate, or like perhaps just let people know like, hey, tone down on swearing, or tone down on I don't know. I don't think the Discord's had any bad issues with controversial content. I don't think anybody's posting gore or anything like that, but you know. Oh, there goes the bomb. I was wondering if it blows up without Link being around. Because she tech off the wall? That's impressive. Come on. Oh no, the parry into the down smash. He almost had it too. All he had to do was get that, land that a good solid forward smash or down smash, and that would have been the game. That's unfortunate. Alright. Since he's 44, I've got an idea. Here we go. We did actually have a problem with a miner drawing content from a lewd game once. Oof. I don't remember that, so maybe it was before I joined in. Or maybe I didn't see it. Maybe you were fast enough to avoid that. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna have my Amiibos fight against the Ronald. Because another thing is that I believe Amiibos tend to grow more if they're fighting against Amiibos that don't have or against Amiibos with different users. The art was innocent, but the source content certainly wasn't. Ah, right, gotcha. I can see that causing issues. The lab hands did their job well and it quietly was removed. Yeah, because I don't remember that. Because I'm not a lab hand, I just chill at Cress's place from time to time. I just look through their window and like, sup, and then walk away and don't explain anything. Then again, being a lab hand looks like it's difficult. Half of them are pyromaniacs and the other half are weird. But they do their job well, that's all that matters. I'm the resident, like, what's the word? Is it a cryptid? Yeah. I'm just that weird thing that shows up every so often and Noctis has no idea what it is. It just shows up every so often. It's like, yeah, there's a weird thing that just shows up every so often. I guess it's friendly. It hasn't eaten anyone yet. Yeah, we don't talk about Sammy. Oh, Sammy's the other one. The other cryptid. You have too many of them wandering around. I guess that's what happens when you mess with alchemy. Oh, interesting, that killed. But I guess it was at 200. Hearing popping in your mic? Alright, no worries. I'm going to double check that right now. Give me a sec. I'm just going to mute the mic for a moment. I'm hoping the mic is working a little bit better now. It's a little hard to test when I guess there is gameplay on the screen and make sounds in my ears. Hopefully the mic is fine. I don't know why it's being a little bit iffy. I haven't unplugged it recently or anything. Done that sort of thing. Usually I try not to unplug the mic too often to on the right setting. Nope, can only be right now. Ah, no. Testing. Oh, well. Echoing. That's not good. Testing. Testing. You hear the game fine, better, but increase the volume. Oh, you mean the mic or the stuff? Increase it more. Oh, I don't think I can increase the volume of the mic a bit. I think it's at max. I just have to talk louder. Let me just put the game audio down then a little bit. That was good. All right, I'll do my best to try and talk as loud as I can talk, I guess. No, this is good. All right. As long as you guys can hear me, that's important. Watch me have a conversation with myself again. Because I had that happen once, I think, with, what was it? When me and Crescent did a Soul Link together, and I forgot to unmute my mic at the beginning of the Soul Link. And I just ended up talking, so you could hear me on Cress's stream, but on my side it was totally quiet, but a lot of people were just watching on Cress's side. So nobody alerted me that I hadn't put the mic on until, like, I think someone else finally dropped into my chat and was like, oh, by the ways, you were muted. And I was like, I've been muted for 3 hours. And I think I nearly shriveled up and just crawled into a hole after that. I was just like, yeah, this music basically sounds a lot like how I felt. And no, I want to erase it from my memory, but they'll always be there. Now I'm like super vigilant when it comes to the mic. I'm just like, I have to make sure that it's on no matter what, or if it's off, that it needs to be. Also, Ike just swinging and destroying this poor fox. Metal boots are cool, but watch this giant sword I have. God. He's getting destroyed. Okay, he's doing stuff. It's happening. And that day, I always check the mic audio feed. I know, goodness, it only takes one big embarrassing moment. Thankfully, it was also before the day of like me recording my footage. That would have been bad if it had been around the time that I had been recording footage onto YouTube. Imagine that, 3 hours of just nothing, and just like, oh god. Wow, that match also was super quick. God, Ike just destroyed him. There's no hope there. But he's getting there in levels. Oof, I'd have given, yeah, if I had been recording, yeah, I probably would have had to ask for the audio. But then there would have been the audio of me just going, my mic wasn't muted this entire time. And just like, God. I don't know if I could handle the second-hand embarrassment from that. Wow, Luigi 0 to death him. That is horrifying. No, he's gonna do it again! Come on, Fox, just land one hit. Oh, there we go. Make for some good laughs, yeah. Alright. Oh, a misfire. God, Luigi. Yeah, no, Luigi got a 0 to death on that thing. Wow! Luigi is tearing him to shreds. I always forget that Luigi may look goofy and stuff like that in terms of just like as an amiibo, but like you forget that, I always forget that this man, like at least my Ouija amiibo, the one this is the Super Mario one, my Ouija amiibo has come like second in multiple tournaments I've done on April. So he's definitely not someone to mess with. Like, you think he's all goofy, and then you just watch the damage just rack up, and you're like, wait a second, actually he's cooking. Yeah, that up air having sour spots really bad. Yeah, this Luigi is just out for blood. Oh, he's so gone. Wow. It wasn't as clean as Ike's, but like that whole first 0 to death was pretty impressive on Luigi's part. Keep that replay real quick. Sorry, Ronald, but you... yeah. Luigi's about to get a fur coat. Reminds me of those videos I've seen from tournaments where the tournament is like... You've entered a tournament, but you gotta go quickly and your Uber is here, and then like your Uber Eats is here just to start to play, and then you just watch someone just 3-stock the other person in less than a minute, and they're like, alright, that's it. Though I do feel kind of bad for this Fox amiibo, because a lot of these amiibos that I'm pitting him against are the ones I trained recently, and they're all pretty good amiibos. Like, the Lucas and Ness amiibos are pretty tough to deal with. And the biggest reason for that is that once they get you off stage, they can devastate you really badly, especially with amiibos, because they have such pinpoint accuracy, so they'll just PK Thunder. While Lucas's is obviously not as... I don't know, it might be... I don't know if it's better than Ness's one, but both of them are pretty devastating with PK Thunder. And also it probably helps that I used to play Lucas back in the day, I think in Brawl. So I at least know what I'm doing, whilst Fox, I don't know what I'm doing. I love playing Luigi. Yeah, I definitely prefer Luigi over Mario. Just the goofiness of his moveset's great. Whoa, that was weird interaction. Oh, there's a good clean kill, but he's at 130. Up air just destroys everyone at 50%. Though I am definitely getting excited for when April rolls around, because I do my Easter tournament then. I think I did it last year, but like this year there is a huge increase of amiibos, because not only did I get all my cousins' amiibos, which I've been training up the past month or so, there's also like a couple of the amiibos I picked up, which are the Super Mario ones. That's another 4, and we did get Sephiroth and Kazuya. I don't know if Pyra and Mithra will be released then, and I mean we still have no news on Sora. Sora is still an enigma in the amiibo community, because some people are like, oh no, Disney won't allow him to be an amiibo, and they're like, but man's got all these merchandise, of course they would allow him. But yeah, we just haven't had any news on the amiibos recently. And I guess the next question is, would they make just one Sora amiibo, or would they be crazy enough to make all 4 of them, because he does have like 4 different amiibos. Oh my goodness, he won! Oh, he clutched it at the end. There we go. Though I think the Alchemist is probably left, because they gotta go get ready for their own stream. Which, good luck with your stream if you're still here, Chris. I think they're playing, also they're playing, I think, Assassin's Creed. I don't know which version, I'll have to quickly... They'll probably pop up in the Discord when they go live. Syndicate. Yeah. I don't know what number that is, but it's one of those ones. Syndicate, yeah. It sure is a game. I haven't touched anything in the Assassin's Creed series. 5. Nice. I think, oh, was it high school maybe? A Mario stage? Wow. With the Mario amiibo. But back in high school, Cress invited me, I think, over to their place. We were quite close in high school, so I went quite frequently over to visit, play video games. I think it was also to go to conventions and stuff like that. I haven't been to a convention for a while. I should go to another one sometime. But yeah, I think I was over at the time, and Cress was like, "Hey, do you want to give an Assassin's Creed game a go?" And I was like, "Oh boy, I hate stealth. Like in any video game, stealth is just a big no-no." So I was just like, "Oh boy." And I'm like, I don't know about this. And I think we didn't even get past the first level because I think at one point I got spotted and I panicked super hard. And I was trying to run away from the guards and I ended up, yeah, like... And I think I, like, held onto a ledge for, like, what, 20 minutes? Just like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? It's just a bunch of guards kept spawning in. Goodness. Yeah, pretty much. Ended that bloodline real quick. And, like, I think also I panicked as well because apparently in the first game at least, they had... I don't know if the later ones really do, but, like, if you leave the area that you're supposed to be doing the mission, it causes, like, a disconnect because, you know, that didn't happen in canon or something like that. And I was just like, God. Yeah! That was right! I did! I think that was what happened, was I panicked and jumped out into the middle in front of a guard, and I was like, oh God. Last time I dragged you last minute to an... Oh yeah, that's right! You're like, so you want to come to Melbourne? And I was like, sure, why not? Back in the day when I didn't have much to do. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll go to Melbourne. I got to meet a cat there, so that was all that mattered, and I befriended it. Hey, Mass, I'm just doing some Amiibo training. We're training up this Fox Amiibo. Oh, okay. There was a bit of a switch there. He's getting there, though. His last training stretch is, like, just training against a bunch of my, recently trained Amiibos. When I come to Melbourne, there's 2 cats now. I don't know, I'll have to think about it. It'd be funny if you were like, there's 2 dogs there, and I'll just pack my bag and be like, alright, let's go. But yeah, I think I do vaguely remember you sending pictures about the 2 cats. Playful kitten, yeah, that was right. But yeah, it was definitely an experience going to Melbourne, I think. Also, just remembering that Alchemist managed to find my VTube Twitter by what I assumed was to be a complete accident. Oh, really? I didn't know you were doing VTubing now, Mass. What kind of Pokemon training is this one? We are training... what's it called? That fox Pokemon from Sword and Shield? Thievul? Yeah, that's the one. It's a Thievul training arc. But I guess in all seriousness, we'll probably be training up a Pokemon when we move on to Pokemon later in this stream. I will be training up Lurantis to get one ready for the WW raid. I mean, I mentioned I was doing YouTube, just ended up becoming a VTuber because I didn't want my face on the internet. Makes sense. It's definitely an easy way to get into the industry of like just streaming and everything like that. If you don't want your face shown, is to just have an avatar or something, just, you know, being you. Thievul against Cerule Edge. That is, I guess so, yeah. Unfortunately, Cerule Edge is just whacking. Oh yeah, actually, Baron hasn't actually been taken out. There we go. It did also give me the chance to enter a Pokemon charity tournament. Ooh, that is cool. I don't know if I'd enter like a big tournament yet. Like, I think my team's decently solid. It could use with some adjustments, but like, I think it's a decent team. Oh, wow, he went deep for that. But yeah, I'm curious to see how my I made 2 teams. I have a tournament ready team, and I have a, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a joke team because I actually put a little bit of effort into it. But I have a team, a mono normal team. So I guess after we do some stuff in Pokemon, maybe see if we can do anything in do some matches. Though, I wonder, like, I guess the biggest thing is, like, I'm wondering if came third, almost beat a 7-year VC veteran. Whoa. Yeah. I think it's going to be super exciting when the DLC drops, I think, because a lot of mons are going to be, like, just added to the game, so I think there will be definitely like just a bunch of new teams. I think that's currently what a little bit the issue is that, well, I think this gen's been decently balanced. There's no real 2 standout Pokemon like that's have, you know, that's overtaking the meta. Zacian. Fear's journey to be the very best. Yeah. I do like making competitive teams from time to time, and I try to make it with my favorite mons. I'm not like one of those ones who are just like, I have to have all the meta types on it. It just happens to be that this gen, a lot of the meta types are mons that are actually good in the VGC that I just do like. So, you know, was double format, came down to 1v1. Unfortunately, all I had on hand was Orthworm with body press, and they had Goldango. Ah, yeah, that does suck, because as much as we like Terry, the Orthworm's special defense is hot garbage. But yeah, and also Goldango is one of those mons that a lot of people have been saying that it was quite dangerous, but I think, thankfully, there are checks for Goldango, unlike with Zacian in the previous gen. Only do it if I'm in the mood, but lately I haven't been in the mood. Ah, that's a shame. But yeah, I am excited to see when all the new mons... My Orthworm was more of a sweeper than my actual sweepers. Yeah, don't... People sleep on Orthworm. Orthworm is actually decent if you have the right setup. Like, boy's got, like, tons of HP and defense. And, like... Because of these he's extremely high defense. If you just iron defense once, your body press and heavy slam just do a ton of damage. Like, it's insane. They all just look at Goofy Worm and they're like, haha, Goofy Worm. But they forget that Goofy Worm also has, like, a complete, like, has a ground immunity. Because his Earth Eater ability allows him to be protected by ground type attacks. And he heals from it. Like, it's water absorb, just a ground type one. And ground type attacks are really common in VGC. Especially doubles, because you got Garchomp with Earthquake, like one of the most common first things to do. So yeah, I'm glad people are at least, you know, giving Orthworm the time and day. He deserves it. I fell in love with that Goofy boy, I think, when I first saw it too. I was like, oh my god, I have to have him on my playthrough team. And I do. I haven't made a competitive Orthworm just yet. I think I want to try and shiny hunt one first before I make a competitive one. Because Orthworm has a really amazing shiny. It's such a nice blue. Yeah, the Terra Ground Garchomp, yeah. And not only that, not only are you healing and taking no damage from it, you literally get to a still attack with Orthworm. So Orthworm can just be you could probably even go like, what, Assault Vest if you really wanted to go for the sweeper route. But yeah, the only problem was, as you said, was that you ended up with Goldango, and Goldango is just pure special attack, so it would just like chew away at it. When I was making competitive, I really wanted both Orthworm and Garchomp on the team. Ah, yeah. So that was your core of your team. Yeah, I think somebody posted at some point that like Garchomp was like one of the sort of mons that actually benefited in VGC this time around. Alrighty. I think this will be the last match for Fox. And this will be very interesting. What are the other... Yeah. My Orthworm was originally going to be set up. Yeah, because I think Orthworm is also another user of Shedtail. I think only Orthworm and Cyclizard. Alrighty, let's see how this goes. What are your other members of your teams? Just curious. But I had a similar mindset because I wanted to make my team based on Tatsugiri and Dondozo because Tatsugiri was my personal favorite. I think it's a really close tie of first or second favorite mon of this gen. So I wanted to make a Dondozo Tatsugiri set. There's so much fighting on the edge. So I try to build my team around the fact I would have 2 water types. And I think I did pretty well, though. I'm a little worried about it. Sylveon, Hydreigon, Meowscarada, and Ceruledge. Okay, so you and my team have only 2 overlaps, because my team is Ceruledge, Sylveon, Tatsugiri, Dondozo, Kilowattrel, and Clodsire. I have Clodsire is I think he's my support along with Kilowattrel. Sylveon is both I think Sylveon was made to be a bit set up, but then I decided to go for the route of like actual attacker. Ceruledge is attacker, and obviously Tatsugiri and Dondozo are that, you know, those 2. I had Iron Jugulus for the tournament, but it kind of sucked. Yeah, I don't know. Iron Jugulus doesn't really... It hasn't seen much use by the looks of it. Wow. It was just meant for Tailwind. Yeah. Hydreigon, I think, is a slightly better option. I know some people run a Hydreigon, which is like... wasn't really worth the position. Right. Oh wow, Mario had another stock. Everyone else was on 1 stock. I did have a Baxcalibur team. Oh yeah. So you had like multiple teams just in case. Didn't end up using because I didn't have time to use it. There we go. So Ike did the worst in that time, but I guess he's not as great in multiplayer. First time doing VGC, so I built a bunch of teams to see which one I liked. Wow, that's pretty dedicated because it took me a while to get like just 1 team ready. Like there was so much planning I went into making my original team, and then my second team I'm like, heh. Funny normal types go boom. He's still not level 50, so we'll do 1 more round for this. Had an explosion team that a friend made. Oh my goodness. Explosion team go boom, literally. I don't know. I know it's actually a strategy, I think, the explosion team with Tatsugiri. You give like Toxic Orb to Tatsugiri, use Endure, explode to damage the user, and then just like clean up with Dondozo. I won 7 out of 10 test matches. That's not bad at all. Like, Nobody likes fighting on the left edge. What's happening here? I want to see a match, but the only move they can use is metronome. Oh, the metronome battles? Those look interesting too. Just leave it all up to Lady Luck. I'd love to do a metronome battle one day. But obviously I don't want to really use hacked mons. I'd have to probably find a mon that actually can use metronome. Or you could do, I guess you could do Showdown. Maybe Showdown's done it. Those are fun. Team I took into tournament only had a 5 to 10 wins, but I really like the Orthworm and Garchomp combo. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting combo, so I think it could work. You just need to make sure that your team is able to support whatever the core is. Why is Ike going so far out? Okay, now we've moved to this ledge now to fight. Wow, Ness got sent to the Shadow Realm. I think I heard Mario use his forward aerial. But yeah, I think the two types of matches I'd love to do at some point is either those metronome matches, like a free-for-all with 4 people, or do a Little Cup. Little Cup would also be really interesting. Wow, Fox got sent to the Shadow Realm. I'm not even sure what caused it. But he's level 50, so he made it. Showdown random battles always fun. Yeah. Yes, Little Cup. Little Cup would... I'm waiting for DLC to do Little Cup. Yeah, I'm really excited to do... I'd love to do Little Cup. Though you have to obviously train in a certain way to do Little Cup. Because I think Little Cup is like, they have to be level 5, right? And I guess now that, because what you said about DLC, if you think about it, there are some new mons that can be added to Little Cup because of their... Because I've heard like Girafarig has actually got banned in Little Cup. Because yeah, it's now considered a actual, an actual mon that you can use in Little Cup because it got Farigiraf as an evolution. But the thing is that Girafarig has been, you know, a mon on its own for so long, so it has decent stats. So yeah, it got banned, I think, from Little Cup. And I was just like, it's what it deserves, Girafarig. Girafarig was always a mon I really wanted to use, but I couldn't use it because, you know, didn't have the stats. So I'm so glad that Farigiraf exists, because I do like Farigiraf. It's such a nice mon. Weakness policy, Baxcalibur with chilly reception, and if I want to hit it with a fire attack is fun. I missed the tail, to be honest. The tail's still there, it's just at the opposite end. But yeah, I caught a shiny Girafarig recently, actually. Because I wanted to get a shiny Girafarig, and I found it within the first 3 minutes of the sandwich. So I was like, oh, I found it already. So I was like, should I go look for another one? And I did, but I couldn't find it. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go and try and look for an Indeedee. And I ended up not finding Indeedee, but found 2 Spoink and an Espathra, which I was okay with because Espathra's shiny is pretty good. But it's always when I'm not streaming. That's the problem. Whenever I want to go stream hunting for like a shiny, I never find any unless it's like I have to like actually go off stream and the game's like, oh, you know what? You're not streaming. No one will ever know that you caught these shinies, and then just give me the shinies, and I'm like, ah. Alright, let's send all these amiibos off. I usually would train 2 amiibos here, but I think I might do some Pokemon since I think we got a little decent cast here, and it's gonna take a while for us to find a way to train up the mon I want to use for this raid. But yeah. Oh, also, I guess while I was training my mons for competitive, I ended up running into another shiny Meryl, and it's getting to a point where I'm like, I have all these shiny Meryl and I don't know what to do with them. I still need to do both legendary raids. No worries, Len. I mean, I can always help out with the raids if you want as well. I need to find a Scarlet one. That's the one I'm struggling with at the moment. I don't know what's the best mon to use for the IL. But yeah, let's quickly just switch over for a moment. I have Pokemon set up. It's a little odd to be changing so quickly, but it's fine. Ah, cool, my thing's not turning on. Oh, there we go. I like how everything loaded in slowly. That's always great. Hey guys, I guess we're back with some more Amiibo training. I did see the message before. I kind of wish I'd had this on the background, but the problem is that for some reason, if you're not touching Smash for a little while, the actual game just hard goes back to the like title screen, which kind of sucks. It doesn't stay open for even 5 minutes. Yeah, we're training up more Amiibo. Because we only trained up one last time, which was the Fox Amiibo, because me and the Alchemist are currently doing I guess a challenge at the moment. And I did spend some extra time adjusting the Fox Amiibo after the stream, because I noticed he was, I think he wasn't doing, like, getting many kills or anything like that, so I wanted to just double check his attacks and stuff like that. And I think he's at a little bit of a better state. But yeah, it's going to be quite a ride, considering he has to fight up against a Zelda. But anyways, we've got 2 new Amiibos here to train. And I guess we're getting close. The thing is that I still have quite a few, and I only usually just train 2 at a time, so it does take a little bit of a while. Alright. Let's get going. So, right now I have in front of me, I have a Villager and an Olimar Amiibo. Villager I do have my own. I actually, interestingly enough, I have a one of those first edition Amiibos for Villager, because Villager had this weird thing where they had, I don't know what they did. They thought the eyes were too big or something like that, so they shrunk it down, but now he has this massive forehead. I never understood why they just couldn't get it right. Now he has just really small eyes in the second print. So I actually have one of the rarer of the Villager Amiibos because it's a first edition one. Hey Len, good to see you. And I think the funnier thing was that the only reason I ended up picking up Villager, I think back in the day, was, what was it? It was basically, oh, hey, there's like 3 apparent Amiibos being Moth, Wii Fit Trainer, and Villager that are kind of rare. That's what I'd heard, like, before I went to go buy these Amiibos. I think I only was there to go pick up a Link Amiibo because of Hyrule Warriors back on the Wii U. They had a little neat thing that is, if you had the Smash Link Amiibo, you could basically get, I think it was the spinner or something like that. It's been a while since I've used Villager. Do pretty well. But yeah, I was only there to get the Link Amiibo, which I wasn't able to find straight away. I think it was by complete chance that I ended up finding that Amiibo, because they were selling out pretty quickly back in the day. Try my best to tell a story whilst trying to focus on what I'm doing. Hello, Duck. Good to see you. But I think they were like, oh yeah, their shelves were quite empty. There was only like 2 villagers, I think, there, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll pick up one because I heard, you know, heard he was somewhat rare, sort of thing. And there was a Kirby one, which I definitely was going to get because Kirby. And I think there was a box that said Moth Amiibos, and I said, oh, is there any Moth Amiibos in there? And the guy was like, oh, I'll take a look for you. He opened up the box, no Moth Amiibos, but there was like a single Link Amiibo. Are you kidding me? He just parried both of those? You're level, what, 4? But yeah, so I ended up getting the Link amiibo like I was supposed to, and Dad wanted that one actually, so it's actually registered under his name. I think I made a me slightly based off him, and we registered it under his name. So technically, my first Link amiibo belongs to my dad. Then I got the first edition Villager and a Kirby, and that was my first 3 amiibos. And now I have over 60 of them, but it's definitely not a problem. It's definitely normal, right? How many amiibos are there out there nowadays? People always think that amiibos are like, oh yeah, just little hobby things, but nobody actually realizes how big of a lineup there is. Why are you parrying so early? What is this nonsense? Yeah, 100 or so amiibos. Like, the Smash line alone has over 90. Then you have the Mario amiibos, like the Super Mario amiibos. You have the limited edition amiibos, being like the gold and silver ones. Oh, 195, yeah. You have the Animal Crossing amiibo cards, technically. They're amiibos too. The Zelda series, so the Breath of the Wild and all the special Link amiibos. Animal Crossing, like, figurines. The Monster Hunter series. Mega Man had a couple of amiibos. There is a rare stock of amiibos which are based off a obscure baseball game. The Pokemon one, yeah. There was a Shadow Mewtwo amiibo, which that's probably my most disappointing amiibo, because I actually do have it, because I got Pokken back in the day. It doesn't register under as Mewtwo. It's just its own sort of card, which is so bizarre. Oh yeah, there was the Mario Sports Star amiibos. They're a thing too, and they're the weirdest of them all because they're just like these cards, but like some of the images on them are just like these weird sort of images where they just copy pasted from like other games. So those are weird. But yeah, Animal Crossing I'm pretty sure has like 200 or so cards on their own, just because of the card series. Can't get that turnip down. There's, oh yeah, the Mario cereal. Now, with Nintendo Land opening up, that's technically a whole, those armbands. I've been trying to collect the AC ones, but they're so hard to get. Yeah, and also the AC one had, the Animal Crossing ones also had, the Sanrio ones. So yeah. And we're still technically... Oh, got me before I got him. We're still missing, like, I guess the Sora amiibo, if he is going to come out, and the Pyra and Mithra ones. So I definitely know I'm getting 2 off the bat. We've got no news about Sora, so I can't really say if he's going to come as a, oh boy. That's good, that's good. Just gonna let... So that, to own 60 is not bad. That is true, and a couple of the 60 ones I own actually are repeats. I think I have, let's see, I have 2 Yoshi, no, not 2 Yoshi, I have 2 Pit amiibo, and now that my cousin gave me all his amiibos, I technically have a couple of doubles there too. Yeah, we gotta get the banana break out of the oven. Oh no, quickly! You must retrieve the bread. Banana bread's always good. Recently, my auntie suggested putting walnuts in them, and that definitely gives it an improvement for sure. And if you want to get really fancy, you can candy the walnuts too, with cinnamon. Wow, Villager has a lot of reach, considering... Ah, missed the back air. There we go. Let me get those back airs in. Oh, he actually used down B. I just realized there's a little sapling. Unfortunately, Villager's down B is kind of, not really reliable, because not only does he have to grow the tree to get access to the axe, he's got to water it. So he's got to plant it, water it, and then he gets the axe. The axe is really great for KOing, but to teach an amiibo to do that sequence is kind of meh. So what there are cards to the amiibos, not just little statue amiibos. So the card amiibos, the Animal Crossing card amiibos were just their own sort of thing. They were based off all the villages in Animal Crossing. To obtain them, they basically put them in packets similar to like Pokemon cards. And you got a random assortment of them, so that's why they're a little difficult to get as well. And I think in every pack there's like a glittery one, or a rarer card. Healthy recipe banana didn't rise as much as I hoped. Oh, that's a shame. That could be a little worrying because it might mean it's a bit dense. Whoops. Oh, this song's good. Stopping a villager returning from stage is impossible. He's got like one of the best recoveries in the game. Ow. I'll let that kill me, why not? Bowling ball is really useful. Oops, managed. He's smart. Because his recovery's so good, he can just turn it up air. And that gives him little to no consequence. Oh, he's going for bowling ball at the edge too. Let that do that. Bowling ball near the edge is such an absurd, like, forward smash. There we go. Yeah, there's some really obscure amiibo cards as well, but yeah, the Animal Crossing ones had their whole set. They had like, I think 5 different waves of amiibo cards. So they have 5 different packets. And they had an elusive Sanrio version where they did a crossover with Hello Kitty. In, I think back in the 3DS version of New Leaf, you could use the amiibo cards to call in villagers in caravans. And that was like one of the few ways you could get the Sanrio villagers. I think it was the only way, actually, now that I think about it, because they couldn't drop in. It wasn't like New Horizons where you could go and look for them, the villagers. They just dropped in. It was just a random villager. What is this song choice? Okay. You're probably also noticing I'm not using Pocket that much as well, because Pocket isn't really that useful in the sense of things either. A lot of villagers' moves are like 2 stages. Pocket is one of them. Hey Void, good to see you. We're training small child to become destructive. Villager actually has a really good amiibo too, like the AI. In Smash 4, I'm pretty sure my own Villager amiibo was one of the best amiibos I had for a long, long time. Like, none of the other amiibos I trained could, like, stand up to what the heck amiibo was, Villager. Because, obviously, Bowling Ball. Oh, nice. feel like there needs to be a Moogle Amiibo because they're in Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, but unfortunately, I think with Kingdom Hearts is that it's owned by Disney. And also, there isn't really any games, not too many games on the Nintendo system back in the day. I know Amiibos have been slowing down in production. They still bring out a couple every now and then. Like, Monster Hunter seems pretty keen on Amiibos. They've got a decent handful of Amiibos. Like, I think when the first stories came out, that was the start of the first wave of Amiibos. And then when Rise came out, they had their own lot, and then Stories 2 had a handful of them. And then even Sunbreak got its own Amiibos too. It needs to add Solera and Moogle. Yeah, that's right. We got that, is it Dark Souls? Is that where that's from? The Praise the Sun Amiibo? And he's one of the rarer ones, and he's also one of the ones that tends to have a, I think there was an error for that one, too, because there was, many cases of that particular Amiibo not having the sword on his, belt or something like that. It was a strange Amiibo. Oh yes, we also have, the Loot Goblin Amiibo. Remember that? That's another obscure Amiibo. And now that I'm talking about obscure Amiibos, there's also the, what is it? The Skylander Amiibos. There's technically a Bowser and DK Skylander Amiibo. Last threw me off. Oh yeah, I know, you weren't the only one. There were a couple other people who thought Dark Souls were like Elden Ring because of the whole bonfire business. No, it's Sora. I mean, he was quite highly requested, apparently. I think I also thought for a little while that I was like, oh, I thought it was going to be Taboo or something from Smash. You know, how everyone turned into figurines. I like how they turned into figurines and I was like, Amiibo. So I thought, oh yeah, maybe it's a Smash-related character. And I mean, if you played Brawl, Subspace Emissary had the whole thing where it sort of revealed that these characters are figurines. Eventually I would love a Amiibo-type format for playing D&D on a tabletop. Yeah, that would be cool. And Amiibos are pretty useful as a figurine. They're a little on the big side, but you totally can use them. Right, he's level 18. He's getting there. The mat that he got in, I'm just annoyed we have so many Fire Emblem characters. Yeah, but I guess it's because Fire Emblem and Smash have a pretty big history together. If it wasn't for Smash, we most likely wouldn't have gotten Fire Emblem in the West. So I can understand the sentiment, and I know a lot of people didn't like Byleth being in. I was a little worried too, because I was like, oh no, Byleth's a sword user. So I'm actually kind of glad that they decided to use the 3 Lords as well, and their weapons and relics. Because we could have definitely gotten a Byleth that just uses sword. Or Brawling, that would have been cool. I would have loved to see a Byleth with a Brawling style. Brawling was introduced in that game as well. So that would have been cool if we just have a Fire Emblem character that actually throws hands, considering apparently all Fire Emblem characters can swing massive swords, but God forbid they can throw a person, especially Ike! You wield a 2-handed sword, how do you not have the upper body strength to throw a character? The boy with a goddamn bug net throws farther than you. Oh, not Amiibo, like the minis that fit the format for D&D. Only downside is death is much higher in D&D and permadeath. It's real. Oh yeah. So, yeah, I know. Yeah, what Shawnee is talking about is, our D&D session ended up... Whoops. Ooh, I nearly died there. I died in our session because I made a bad mistake of not escaping the grasp of a creature, and it carried me up in the air and then yeeted me down to the ground. Luckily, we did have Revivify, because I technically did fail a saving throw, and then another character came and stabbed me. And that character is definitely put on my shit list. You know that little meme about that character will remember that? That's what's happening. I will not forget. Will not forget that. Just said no to that. Yeah, I guess he's redeemed himself. He's still a fool. I won't deny that, but s- what's that? What's that saying? The enemy to my enemy is my friend. That's pretty much it. Ooh, I'm seeing a little warring sign. Don't be dodgy. That's it. Come on. That's it, that's it. Whoop. Why turnips must you be only one when I'm gonna do thing? Gonna do adulting? No worries, have fun adulting. I shall be here playing video games. Look at this recovery. There we go. Yeah, I think I recently saw a post, what was it? Maybe a month or so ago. I think it's probably before Nintendo Direct or some. Oh no, actually, it's probably after the Nintendo Direct. Somebody was talking about the life cycle of Smash or something like that, and how each new game has been coming out after a certain period of time. And they're like, technically, we should be getting a new Smash soon. And I'm just like, what are you on about? Like, there is very little reason a new Smash game will be coming out. Hoi hoi. I'm meant to be working, but there's no work, so I'm here now. Good to see you, Mass. Is you having no work because you finished all your work, or it just got cancelled for the day? Finished everything. Yeah, Smash is done until further notice. Pretty much. And I mean, it's pretty hard to top this. Like, even Sakurai himself was like, we're putting everything in here. Like, I know a lot of people were disappointed that World of Light wasn't subspace level of, like, storytelling, but guys, there's over 90 characters. It would be a lot of effort to like, get all that stuff in. And ow. Played Pathfinder, and we had a person with a Book of Grudges, and if you did a thing he did not like, in the book it went. That sounds incredibly petty. Oh, that spike! That was so cool. It's weird that he's attacking me when I'm nowhere nearby. There we go. I'd love to see all the characters removed except for the main staples, add a slew of new characters, and maybe even a new mechanic if they ever decide to do it again. Interesting, so you want to like go back to like the main sort of group and just have them focus on that sort of group, is what you're saying. Give me one sec, I see a bot in our chat. Bye-bye. Let me rephrase that. No worries. I'll wait for a little while. Because it's not easy to read and talk at the same time. Keep the original cast, but add newer characters. What do you consider the original cast? Like the N64 version? Oh, hey, speaking of, Fire Emblem 3 music. Three Houses music. faster than that. This song's pretty good. Yeah, he's getting more aggressive, which is good. Yeah, N64 because they have been in every Smash thing, so keep it relatively consistent. Gotcha. Here's the downside for your particular plan. My main is not in the N64 era. Actually, to be honest, my main would have. I was worried that he was going to get cut. Honestly, let's be real. My beloved Chicken Nugget, who's definitely an Echo Fighter. Oh, the parry. Yeah, he's getting a lot more aggressive now, which is good. How'd that miss him? There we go. So, I understand, like, you want to keep the N64. Oh! That was pretty good on his part. The skin's so funny too, he just... Well, that's why I said N64 cast. Granted, that means a lot of my favorites would vanish, but a ton of new ones would get a chance. You know what the funniest thing is about, like, as you were talking about that? You're like, all these new characters, and then in the back of my head, the monkey paw, like, curled, and I was like, oh yeah, so we can get Alear from Fire Emblem Engage, because they're a new character. Technically, it's a new character. But yeah, that's a bit cruel to say. The funny thing is, I know a lot of people didn't like his design in Engage. Just they're like, oh god, Toothpaste Chan or Toothpaste Kun. But funnily enough, I did finish the story playthrough of that game, and it was really strange. But a part of me is like, oh, actually, I really like his character. Like, he's probably up there as one of my favorite Avatar characters. I think behind maybe Robin and Shez from Three Hopes.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay. Now we fight. I was curious to see if he would do anything if I did nothing. Answer is no, he had no clue what he was supposed to do. If, Void, you do consider that, let's say there's like, somebody's like, alright, I understand we're not really working, maybe Sakurai doesn't work on this game or anything like that, or like maybe it's just mostly the main Smash thing, and they're like, let's make Smash Lite, sort of thing, right? With only the N64 characters initially, what characters should we add, sort of thing? There'd obviously be at least one Fire Emblem character because Sakurai loves that series. That could mean assist trophies could be playable. Right. And if we're just going off the pattern of like, what's the word? Newer characters, technically a new Pokemon rep would be in. Because Pokemon reps tend to be pretty... Every single game has had a Pokemon rep. I think Smash 4 had, like, Greninja, and we got Incineroar in this version. So I guess there would be a new... Pokemon rep. That Amiibo sure likes these fireworks. Look, if Go Boom work, Go Boom work. See, it launches you pretty high. That's Gen 3 Pokemon Trainer. Yeah, a part of me is like, that'd be cool, but let's be real, it's more likely that we would get a Scarlet and Violet trainer. Because Gen 3 hasn't had a game since the 3DS era. So it either would have to be something from Scarlet and Violet, or something from Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. So you would at least have Gen 4. And I mean, Gen 4 has Infernape, so... But... You know what we should get? We should get a Miraidon and Koraidon as a character. And it's not like their legendary, was it Awakened form? It's just you riding on the back of Miraidon and Koraidon. Get your new quadped fighter. Powered by the power of sandwiches. Boys. Torterra sounds fun. Torterra would be like a slower, bulkier, maybe stronger version of Ivysaur, I guess. Imagine being able to domesticate a legendary by feeding it food. I mean, that's true, but the question is it technically a legendary? Like, I understand that Koraidon and Miraidon are the box legendaries, but if you've played through the story, it's sort of implied that they're not really legendaries, they're just from the past and future. So, I don't think I'd count them as legendaries, but then that's a crazy thing, because technically this would be the first time we've had a boxed Pokemon not been a legendary since, like, what, Red and Blue back in the day? Yeah, no, they just can't be legendaries, yeah. Because, like, I think, yeah, Red and Blue and, I guess, Fire Red and Leaf Green had the starters. Every other game afterwards has had box legendary on the box. Hence the term box to legendary. I also realized I got him to level 31 without realizing it. Let me just double check what his stats are like. Cleave Ore for Smash. An Axe user. We don't have many Axe users in this game. I'm just looking back at the comments. DDD as an assist trophy? Oof. I'm pretty sure somebody would be very highly offended that you would reduce DDD to that. Legendaries tend to be controllers of some aspect of reality. True. So we have Ho-Oh and Lugia. Actually, no, they don't really control aspects of reality, I guess. Lugia is just a really, I guess, controls the sea. Ho-Oh controls life, I guess? Or like, it doesn't, I don't know what Ho-Oh's job actually is if you think about it. Because I know Ho-Oh at least restored the life of the three dogs. And even they don't have a role in the thing, actually. Like, we don't even know what Raikou does. Suicune purifies water. We've seen it in the movies, and we've seen it in, I think in the anime at least. Entei is an odd thing, because Entei's not really had a big role. Apparently, Entei's, whenever they roar, they create volcanoes or something like that in the Pokedex entry. But, I mean, we've never seen it happen in the games, nor have we seen it in the anime. And even in the anime, Entei showed up in the movie, but we can't even ascertain that it was the real Entei. He's a meme to me, yeah. Because Entei doesn't technically show up in the anime, like in the movie. He was created as a father figure for Molly in the third movie by the Unknown. It was the yeah, that's the thing. They made the Unknown like some time, space, reality warping creatures, and in the games they're the worst Pokemon that exists and knows only hidden power. Where's the justice for Unknown? Or Unknown. I don't know how you pronounce their name. I always say Unknown, but like, yeah, pretty much. Entei's job's to look fabulous. Pretty much. Oh yeah, and there's Arceus or Arceus, however you pronounce it. Legends Arceus, I think is how I pronounce it at least. But at least I think they actually made God's role a little bit more. I think, yeah, Legends Arceus definitely gave Arceus a better rep for his name, honestly. And the thing is that it's also implied that Arceus is a lot more powerful than we actually know. And that it's sort of, I think there's a Dex entry saying that Arceus has 1,000 arms. So it's sort of implied that the goat we see in the game, he's most likely just an arm. Boy gave us a hand, literally. Maybe they're all actually powerful, but they refuse to be useful to mere humans. They just pretend to be useless, so... I mean, isn't that the Lake Trio in a nutshell? Apparently the Lake Trio has the ability for willpower, knowledge, and something else, which I'm forgetting. Emotions? Emotions, yeah. Mesperit's emotions. And apparently if you interact with them in a negative way, they can just remove that from you. It's like Yuxi can erase your mind, Azelf can take away your willpower, and Mesprit can make you emotionless, so like... I mean, people don't tend to see, I guess, the legendaries too often. Technically, Necrozma is the most powerful mon, because it can absorb all legendaries and become powerful. It's in a weird spot, Necrozma. Necrozma base form is not that strong. It's only when he absorbs Solgaleo and Lunala that he actually becomes powerful enough to actually do the shit that he does in Ultra Sun and Moon, which is to destroy Nuzlockers who didn't realize that that would be a thing in the game. That's pretty much it. He flew a fry on me. Whoop! Oh, I didn't realize I was on my last stock. Actually, I didn't realize I didn't take out 2 of his stocks. I was so busy talking. Oh well. That's fine. We'll give it to him. And then, I guess, in terms of other spirits, we have, not spirits, other legendaries, we have the Weather Trio, which is Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. And that's Sky, Earth, and Land, Sea. So, that's easy to detect. The Reggies are there. I think that they're supposed to be protectors or something. I mean, now there's 5 of them, and technically Regigigas, the one who created them all. And Regigigas' role was to move the continents in the ye old days of ancient times. Whoops! Oh! Oh man, I even air dodged and got out of that somehow. Oh, the... It's getting tough. Actually, now that I think about it, some of the mythics are quite powerful too. Like, actually some of them are more powerful than, like, the actual box legendaries if you think about it. Like, Ho-Oh and Lugia are like, yeah, we control life in the ocean, but then there's, like, Celebi, and Celebi's like, yeah, I can just casually cross time. You know, the thing reserved for the god of time, Dialga. And then you got Jirachi, the Wishmaker. Mew, the ancestor to all Mons. Like, there's some pretty powerful mythics. Oh, and I guess also Sinnoh had some pretty whacked legendaries. They had space, time, and the underworld, or the, I guess, distortion world. Mew is so cute, yeah. And without Mew, we wouldn't have Mewtwo and Ditto. But yeah, so I think Celebi can travel through time, but also Celebi can take people through time as well. That's another thing. Because it's shown in the anime, at least, that Celebi took a young boy, Sammy, through time to Ash's time, so it's time traveler, but also a time traveling escort, I guess, because they can take people back and forth. So perhaps it's a good thing that Celebi is benevolent. because if Celebi was evil, people would go missing a lot more frequently and things would go really out of control. It may look like a fairy, but thank goodness it's not an evil fairy. Fairies tend to be kind of evil. So, Dialga controls time as a whole. Celebi can Dialga can prevent Celebi controlling time according to Mystery. Oh yeah, that is true. But I guess back in the Mystery Dungeon games, Dialga was technically going insane, which is another scary thought. Is that these legendaries technically can degrade, or like in Fire Emblem, they had this whole thing where dragons had a tendency to degrade and become mad after many years. That's technically what happened to Dialga. The temporal tower was literally degrading, so Dialga went mad. And caused an entire world paralysis to the point where they needed to get, like, people from the future attempted to go back in time in order to, like, save their world because it was so in such peril. Also, if you think about it, the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series, the world actually is in a really bad state a lot of the times. Like, goodness gracious. Ah! Stop spiking me! Help! Like, I'm pretty, like, first Mystery Dungeon game, giant meteor is heading towards the Earth. I don't know, is that a spoiler? It is quite old now. But, like, first game, world's in danger. Second game, world is already past the point of danger and is trying to get fixed. Third game, world is in danger. Fourth game, world is in serious danger. Like, when has the world not been in danger in the Mystery Dungeon games? Like, every single Mystery Dungeon game is like, oh, these weird little dungeons are popping up. Oh, don't worry, it's because the Earth is dying. It's okay. And also, like, there's no humans in, like, the Mystery Dungeon games except for, you know, the protagonist. So, like, where are the humans as well? That's another question. Like, humans exist, at the very least. Like, they're mentioned, they're referenced, they don't find it too weird. That, like in the first game, they're like, oh, you're human? But you look like a Pokemon, sort of thing. It's not like a human, I've never heard of a human before, sort of thing. And then, yeah, in the second game, you're a human, again, turned into a Pokemon. Like, every game is like that. And I'm not going to spoil the other games, really, because I don't know. I don't know if it's time to spoil those games. And also because I want people to play the Mystery Dungeon games. So I can't spoil too much. Ah! Stop it! But yeah, humans exist. In the first game, there's even multiple humans mentioned. So, like, they exist, but where are they? Whoa! Void has got us a huge list of stuff. I'll read that in a moment, after I set something up. I played only 2 Mystery Dungeon games, the one in the 3DS and the one in the Switch. So the Switch one was a remake of the first game. And which one on the 3DS? There's 2 of them. There's Gates to Infinity and Super Mystery Dungeon. Wow, I got him up to level 37. That's not too bad. But I have used Villager before, so take a little bit of a break before we train up the second one. Super Mystery. Yeah, Super Mystery Dungeon was pretty good. I know a lot of people slack on Gate to Infinity, and I will say Gates to Infinity was probably the slightly weaker of the entries. But, like, there's a scene in, like, Gates to Infinity which is horrifying. Like, I was honestly shocked by what happened in that moment. You're just like, it comes out of sort of left field when it happens. It's in that moment where you think you've just avoided the danger and you're like, okay, I think we're in the clear. And then that scene happens and you're just like, yo, like, did that just happen? It's actually kind of just crazy. I heard it's the best one's Explorer of Sky. I would say, yeah, in my opinion, Explorer of Sky is probably the best one because A, Explorers of Darkness and Time were really, really good games, like basically a good package. And Sky is exactly the same, but it adds a whole nother dungeon, being like the whole Shaman arc, which is its own storyline, and it also adds 5 side stories where you play as other characters in different dungeons. So, I mean, that's probably why it's the better one, is because, like, it's exactly the same as Explorers of Time and Darkness, but with dessert. You get a full-ass meal, and Darkness had the Manaphy line. So does Sky. Sky has that as well. Sky had everything with Darkrai and the Manaphy line, so yeah, those two storylines are great as well. Like I said, Sky is essentially the meal of Darkness and Time plus a dessert. And like the side stories are like really great, except for like the Sunflora one, because goddamn did I die so much through that one. That dungeon is brutal in that side story. They're like, hey, play Sunflora, a Pokemon with not great stats, in a dungeon that's just fire types, and you're just like, why, God? Why must you do this to me? I suffered a lot through the Manaphy line because I had a completionist tendency. Oh yeah, I couldn't leave every floor unless I explore everything. Ah, yeah, that's a downside because when you start doing the bigger dungeons, you really can't be doing that. Because I did I think when I played Pokemon DX, I actually I tried Purity Forest. Because I was like, oh, I haven't tried Purity Forest. I've never tried in the original games, and DX was the same as the original game, but a lot more improved, I guess. And there were some bits that were changed, like how you can't just attack with A anymore. But like, yeah, I never could finish that as a kid, so being given the chance to try it again, it really helped. I like the food-looking Pokemon. They are so cute. There's a lot of food-looking Pokemon. You might have to clarify on that one, Duck. Alright, let me go back and take a look and see what Void's list was. Let's see. Crash, Spyro, Dr. Robotnik, Lynn, Isaac, Mr. Driller. I don't know who Mr. Driller is. Hack Kid, Shovel Knight, Shadow, Cleavor. The dude from Assassin's Creed! Which one? There's so many dudes from Assassin's Creed. Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Nightmare, Siegfried, Neptuna, the dude from Hollow Knight, the dude from Jet Set Radio, Doomslayer, Solaire, Shantae, and the main character from Cave Story. Yeah, the dude. That guy. The most memorable character, dude. I guess the big downside is obviously their relevance in the current media of things, I guess. The fact that you don't remember the name makes it a little worrying, because I don't even know the names. And I guess a big issue is, like, a lot of the characters are... I don't know. Not many retro characters were really added to this game. Maybe? Question mark? I mean, Kazuya he's had a recent game in Tekken. And Terry... I think King of Fighters still around, so I guess that's a big thing too. It's like the game has to have a little bit of modern representation. Just a little bit, because I mean, I can't really say that for sure. I mean, look at Mr. Game & Watch. When was the last time he's had a game? So, I can't use that as a reference point, I guess. And then, yeah, let's look at the list. Yeah, a lot of the characters are from newer things, so Joker, Hero. I guess Banjo is probably one of the few legacy characters. I am sorry, but there's a lot of them, so they're all cute to me. Alright. Let me see if I can think of some food-based Pokemon. You have Applin, and Appleton, and Flapple, so they look like apples. Alcremie is a whipped cream Pokemon. Fido and its evolution, which I still have trouble pronouncing. Dashbund or something like that. Bread dogs. trying to think if there's any more off the top of my head. Probably have to look at the list. Speaking of Pokemon naming conventions, recently I think the Alchemist got a me and the Alchemist met up over the weekend because I think we just just quick get together, talk about some things, and we also talked about I think we got the ice cream one, Vanillux. Oh yeah, Vanillite, Vanillux, I think. What is the middle form? I'm blanking on the name. But yeah. That's an interesting thing that you may like. Do you like the ice cream ones? Because if you do, you're probably one of the few people who do like them. Because it's a strange situation. Because I remember a lot of people got angry at the ice cream Pokemon for the longest time. They're like, oh my god, Pokemon's running out of ideas. They made an ice cream Pokemon. Goodness gracious, what happened over there on that side? They're cute. Me included. Ah, well that's totally fine if you do like them. Everyone has their favorites. For me, I'm just like, meh. I was super salty. Meanwhile, the first game had a literal Pokeball. Yeah. Oh, yes, inverted Pokeball. And we cannot forget Crab, Bigger Crab, and Seal. Seal, you know. The seal with a single letter change. So, I mean, we've had all sorts of weird mons. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's why I'm glad that a lot of people have gone back to Gen 5. Because I know a lot of people were really angry at Gen 5 for the longest time. And they were really great games, story-wise, and like, a lot of the mons I do like them. There were a lot of hit and misses with Gen 5, but I think I liked quite a few of them as well. Really? I love Gen 5. Yeah, I think a good portion... The problem, I think, was that after Gen 4, when Gen 5 came out, they even made it as their thing of, like, not adding any of the old mons. And I think it's kind of funny because I think that was probably where the whole Dex issue started. Like, just the very, very basic versions of it. Where people were upset that, like, oh, they cut out all the old Pokemon and now they're forcing us to use all these new Pokemon and I don't like the new Pokemon. You know, that sort of mentality. Yeah, Gen 5 story, really great. N is such a great antagonist because, I mean, they're not technically an antagonist. But it also, yeah, it also makes Getsis a bigger piece of shit because of what he did to N. The rivals, Sharon's okay, but I think Bianca was sort of one of those ones which sort of hit a bunch of people because of, like, what? Just, like, the fear, like, it's an adult fear, honestly. Some adults are a little scared for their children to go out into the big world. It's totally normal, but... And she really wants to go and be her own person, so it does touch the heartstrings there. Bianca is a run killer, she had legendaries. Oh, randomizer, done a lot of resets. Yeah, black and white can be a little bit of the, like... Can hit you hard with the randomizer section. But even in the main games, like... There's some big run killers in terms of, like, if you're doing a hardcore Nuzlocke. Like, Clay is often seen as a big run killer in that game. I love that. It felt like really getting to new places, new familiar Pokemon. And yeah, I saw earlier about Litwick. Litwick, top tier. I know everyone was going on about, ugh, ice cream, and I'm like, dude, sentient candle with sentient chandelier. My perception of black and white has been utterly ruined because Bianca had legendaries in the randomized run. Ah, yes. It's been a while since I've done a black and white 2, or black and white 2 randomizer. Maybe I have to get on that again. Yeah, sentient candle and chandelier are great mons. Everyone should accept that. I mean, and they got great shinies too. Like, that's the best part, is that they also have good shinies. Yeah, I think, like, for me, when I played Black and White the first time, I was still in high school. And I enjoyed it, for sure. But I don't know if it hit me back then as much, but now playing it as a lot older, I was like, actually, dang, there's some pretty big themes here.
I like all gens. It's all a matter of what mood I'm in. Yeah, obviously I'm incredibly biased about Gen 3. You'll never snatch that from my hands. Gen 3 was the best gen. I want to make a Litwick plush. Oh yeah. I actually, back in the day, I bought a bunch of clay. And I used to do a little bit of modeling. Just for fun. Just a little bit, tiny little bit of modeling. And I think I did make a tiny little Litwick. Clay Litwick. I made a bunch of Kirby models, based on Smash. So they had like the little hats that Kirby gets in Smash. I think I had a Luigi, a Game & Watch, a Pit, a Meta Knight, and a little Ghost Kirby, you know, for the Luigi one. And I think I made a Litwick, and I later made a, what was it? A Pukumuku one with little coral. And I got some sand from a beach and cleaned it. There is carnage happening on the screen right now. But yeah, that was a long time ago. I haven't done any of that clay stuff. But perhaps the clay stuff got me into Amiibos later on. And I have done a couple of custom Amiibos, painting them. I was able to return the Alchemist's Link Amiibo when I went to visit them for the collab stream I did with, I think, Peach Blot and... Is it Lemon Leary? I think that's what their name is on Twitch as well. Make sure you don't sleep with the next to Litwick plush. Yeah. Litwick cursed with the ghost thing. Unfortunately, missed that stream because I was at work. Yeah, it wasn't on my channel, but I plan to, though the audio kind of went a bit mucky because we had to use 2 microphones, so there's a little bit of echo in it. I plan to, like, probably take it and put it onto the YouTube VODs so people can watch it later. Saw it on Alchemist's Twitter. Ah, yeah, because Alchemist does that sort of thing. I got to draw some of the artwork for that particular collab as well. But it's cute. You could say that about a lot of Pokemon. You realize this Pokemon can kill you, but it's cute as they like get decimated by it. Like, a lot of the starter Pokemons are pretty dangerous. Like, one wrong move and you just die from them as well. The art was awesome. Thank you so much. It was certainly an experience because Lemon and Peach's characters were falling into an area which I'd never worked in. And I was like, oh, I actually don't know how to draw this, like, that well. Thankfully, it was a very simplistic style, because I don't think I could have gone any more detailed, but... Yeah, pretty much. Charmander is walking fire. Just any of the fire-type starters would have been dangerous, like... All they have to do is, like, touch you with fire, and that would hurt. One solid hit will take out everyone. There we go. Wow, at 170 damage. This boy still lives. He only runs on 2 hours of sleep. It would be cute, but I'd still try to hug it. Definitely get Torchic, my favorite starter. Well, at least Cyndaquil can turn the fire off, I guess. Charmander doesn't have a choice. Hey, Kin. Good to see you. We're just doing some Amiibo training. We're almost done training this first one, and then I will move on to my second Amiibo. And we're just discussing Pokemon stuff as well. Though, unfortunately today we won't be playing Pokemon. I usually do play Pokemon after Smash, but right now there's the issue that there's a bit of a bug going around. It is a super rare bug. Only 40 people have gotten it, but I guess it's a little scary. What the heck? Pikachu's already dead. it's thankfully the problem is the bug is currently unknown of what's causing it. So the bug is I'll explain it as best as I can. So there's a bug that's going around which can essentially corrupt your data to the point where you just lose all your save data. The problem is that nobody knows what's causing it. Currently, the current theory at the moment was connecting to Pokemon Go and doing the Vivillon event. But the problem is that some people got this bug due to downloading the DLC. Some people got it from simply just playing the game. So, unfortunately, nobody knows what causes it, but it's incredibly rare. Only 40 people have gotten it. So, it shouldn't be too scary, but, like, there's also the fact that I don't want to lose any of my mons that I've just gotten. So, it's a little worrying. Why is there an Enderman? Oh, he got lost. Don't worry about it. But, yeah. I've been thinking about it, and I'm just like, okay, that's a little scary. I don't think it'll happen to me, because technically it happened to people who turned the game off and such. Oh, yeah. The truth about that, Duck, is Enderman is a skin for Steve and Alex. Zombie and Enderman were also added to the game. That's all. But yeah, he's very lost. And everything is hurting him. Oh, we got an Amiibo defeated. That's cool, yeah. So, like Hero, Steve and Alex got, like, 4 different forms. I think Zelda's gonna win, if Hero is definitely being bullied. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think the bug will affect us, because we turned the game off and nothing happened. But yeah, it is still a bit of a scary thought, for sure. And I think another big reason is I don't really have much to do right now in Pokemon until A, DLC comes out, or the Decidueye raid. And I'm gonna just let you know, guys, I will do the Decidueye raid, but there's a good chance I'm not going to be doing the one that pops up this week. So this week, the Decidueye event is happening on the 17th to, like, the 19th, and then it's going to be coming back till, like, I think it comes back at the 24th. And that's the one I'm going to be doing, because I'm going to be too busy on the 17th, because I am preparing for my mother's birthday. And I have to make a cake for her. So I can't really do the raid on that weekend, unfortunately. I still have to rematch the gym leaders. Right. I think another issue is that some people are saying that walking in a particular town caused the game to crash a little bit with this new update. But yeah, the bug that deletes your save file is, like, super iffy sort of thing, because they don't know what's causing it. But there's another one that's occurring, which is causing just the game to be slightly corrupted. So there's 2 different bugs, basically. And they've addressed the first one. Let me see if I can find the thing. Here we go. Yeah, there he is, the flying type Decidueye. I've decided to not grind at all before the DLC. I'm just going to go in at levels 65 and 70. For me, with the DLC, I actually think what I'm going to do is catch a whole new team. Like I did with Sword and Shield's DLC. Yeah, same with Len's thing. Capture all the new mons and work on a new team there. Hope you have a great birthday. Thank you so much. I hope it goes well as well. So yeah, I do want to get the Decidueye eventually, but you can see here, it just falls on the same time as my mom's birthday, so and on Friday for us, so I'm busy Friday, Saturday I'm busy, and then Sunday's a bit iffy, sort of thing. Like, I could do it, but I think I'm just going to skip it till, like, March 24th. And I will do a stream on Saturday then, so the 25th I'll be doing a stream for Decidueye, trying to get the Decidueye. And also, we'll probably have information on what the best mons are for that raid by then. So yeah, I guess mark that on the calendar, that's something we'll be doing. If they do what they did with Sword and Shield, then yeah, I'll do the same. Yeah. I'm assuming they're going to do the same, but I guess we'll find out. Because a lot of my mons are in the hundreds, unfortunately, so I can't really use them and expect a fair fight. level 43, so we'll make these last 2 matches for him, and then we'll move on to our other amiibo. And then I'll probably do a little bit of battling with him just to see how he is till level 50. Because I've learnt something about these amiibos recently because I decided to watch a video on it. But how they fight is related to a slider. So, like, the more times they hit with an attack and the more times they kill with an attack actually affects the slider. So, if you're playing as villager against villager, if I hit him with a forward smash a lot, then he's going to be like, oh, forward smash is a viable strategy, so he'll use it more frequently. And if he hits me with a forward smash and I die from it, he'll be like, oh, this move kills, so it's a viable move, and that slider will go up. There is a downside, though. You got to be careful with in the early stages of the amiibo teaching, is that you don't jump too much and you don't dodge too much, because amiibos can there's no way to teach an amiibo to a bad jump and a good jump, or a bad dodge and a good dodge. So if you're not careful, you can actually cause an issue where the amiibos will just be really, really dodgy or really, really jumpy. It's something you just sort of have to be aware of. But yeah, and it's quite interesting that there are still, I think, people in this day and age who are still training amiibos and like doing tournaments with them, myself included. But my tournaments are just between all my amiibos, and I am looking forward to it because this year, I think the last big amiibo to join that was Byleth, I think. So everything past my Byleth amiibo is new. So it's going to be a big tournament. It's probably going to last an entire time, but it's always great. And now that I'm starting to put things on YouTube, I can record it. I do have my old one as a giant clip, but I'm probably going to download that clip and then put that on YouTube as well with the date. So it will be there for other people to watch. Oh wow, he's still got 3 stocks. He's doing well. Oh my goodness, there's a big spike there. But yeah, I guess for anybody who's sort of wondering what we're going to do after this training these amiibos, I plan to go back to Dragon Quest Treasures because last session I was attempting to get the final goal in that game, which is to get the 50 iconic treasures. I just missed out on getting it, and unfortunately I ran out of time that stream. I think we went for 5 hours. I really cut it close. So I plan to try and get those today and finish off the game of what I think is the last story mission. Maybe it's not, I don't know. I'm doing this blind. But I do want to just get that checked off and get it done because I plan to start a new game on this Wednesday stream. So look forward to that. I was planning to do another sort of stream or a different type of game on this day instead of Pokemon, but because I'm still have to finish training up a bunch of amiibos, that's been taking up the slot for Monday. So whatever we're playing on Wednesday might not stay on Wednesday. So if you're not able to attend Wednesday session or anything like that, there is a chance that it might be moved to the Monday section once I eventually get the amiibos all trained up and ready to go. I will play Pokemon from time to time. It's still in the realm of playing. It's just that there's not much to do except for the big raid battles and eventual DLC, so we have to wait for that. Right. That didn't last very long once it got down to the last 2. Also, I guess because I've actually I can't believe how many people have turned up today. Actually, and I'm super thankful for that because I can see all the little Tamagotchis wandering around on the bottom screen. But yeah, if you still have the base baby Tamagotchi, if you are following, you can use the stream avatar points. I believe the box is just below the video. You can change out your Tamas for other ones that might interest you. Because it's definitely one of my goals is to see a bunch of Tamagotchis of different types wandering around. But I also want to go back to it eventually and adjust some of the sprites or maybe just add new things. Because there are a couple of things that could be slightly edited. What is this song from? It's just the big song that says Resurrection. I was like, I don't know where that's from. It's in all caps. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Duck. Oh, this must be a Tekken song. Okay. But yeah, I do want to eventually add more Tamas. I wish I could, but the Spriter resource only has for Gen 2 and 3. And while it does cover a bunch of the old sort of vintage Tamagotchis, there was a lot more added in Gen 4 and 5, which would have been really nice to have. It would have widened the roster. So first you level up the Amiibo and then you train its behavior right. So you basically, with the Amiibos, you want to mirror match them by teaching them the moves that you want them to use most frequently. So avoid moves that you think would do no killing damage. So for example, for when I was training up this villager Amiibo, I wanted him to use most of his aerials because villagers tend to use a lot of his aerials are pretty useful, especially with the fact he has an amazing recovery. I didn't want him to use Pocket because it does no damage technically, and I didn't want him to use Down B, which is Plant the Seedling, because it's a bit tricky for him to use. And also, certain Amiibo's AI is actually better or worse depending on the Amiibo. So, for example, I've heard rumors that the Ken Amiibo, his AI is atrocious. And then also you got to pay attention to some Amiibos' like movesets. For example, Fox doesn't have many kill options except to juggle opponents on the stage or hit them with a smash attack. So I found him pretty difficult to level up. As you're leveling them up, their behavior sort of evolves on your playstyle. We need a chat group Amiibo. Speaking of, there is an Amiibo that I have here that Alchemist gave me a second Amiibo, and we were planning on training 2 Amiibos instead of 1, but this Amiibo actually has a spirit on it, so it's not a vanilla Amiibo. And I tend to do vanilla Amiibos, so no spirits or anything like that. They're just their base stuff, because spirits add quite a huge variety of things to the thing. AKA, they can add defenses, they can add attack, they can add special effects, so they're often seen as like a whole new beast. So, I have this Greninja Amiibo that has a single spirit on it. And after we train the Olamo Amiibo, I plan to train this Amiibo. And this Amiibo is going to be trained as a raid boss. I've never done it before, I've never trained spirited Amiibos. So I have no idea how this will go, but I do plan to train him, and perhaps one day he will show up in the Amiibo ring for people to battle him. We just need a good name for him. I don't think he has a name registered under him properly. I'll have to double check. But yeah, he's definitely would be an interesting Amiibo. But I think as I was saying earlier, in terms of the behavior, The behavior is determined on the playstyle. I think there is 15 different behavior types that amiibos can get. The ones I try to train for most of the time is aggressive and offensive. These are the amiibos that hunt down their opponents. They often use strong attacks, they're often following after their opponents. That's kind of the ones you want to have. There's floaty amiibos or lightweights, they jump a lot and are not seen as terribly great amiibos to have because of their nature of like dodging over actually attacking. There's thrill seeker amiibos. These amiibos will literally throw themselves off the edge in order to get glory kills. They will chase their opponents off the edge of the map essentially and do it with style. They're also known to taunt a lot. So they're often amiibos. You can teach amiibos to taunt a lot. My Captain Falcon amiibo, he's been trained to taunt when he gets kills or hits opponents. There's a couple of really hidden, I guess, personality types. I think there's two particular personality types where even like now, some people don't actually know how to acquire those types. They're really, really hard to get. But yeah, there's like 15 different types of personality types that you can get for amiibos. Whoops, I was supposed to go to the menu. Oh well. We will take a look at this amiibo in a little bit. We'll... Actually, no. So here's a tip that if you need to train amiibos at near level 50, I learned this recently myself, but it actually works really well. So what you need to do, if you want to train an amiibo that you're not too used to, or you are in level 50 and it's getting to a point where it's super, super difficult to teach, you go to Custom Smash. I also need to turn the learning back on because I am now going to be fighting it. When you finish training amiibos, you need to turn their learning off because I have Pikachu, Zero Suit, and Isabelle. Right. Rowlet! Yes, I know, I have too many items. So, yeah, you can, if you press R, you can see that personality type up there. So his personality type is offensive. The icons underneath and the bars, those are for spirits. You can only fill up the meter a certain amount, and then, yeah. I believe those three lines are related to any special effects they have. Anyways, so when you're training up an amiibo and you want to change it, like it to actually learn, you need to have its learning on. When you turn the learning off, whatever moves and like on the slider you've taught them, as soon as you hit off, those stay the same. They will never learn anything beyond that. So pretty much training them with the CPUs is literally just them just gaining levels, essentially. Because sometimes some people I've heard apparently train them up to level 25, check the personality, and they're like, this is the personality I want, this is the stuff I've learned, turn off the learning, and just let them punch stuff around until they hit level 50. So, another big reason you want to turn learning off, especially if you're having them fight other amiibos or CPUs, is because they can learn bad habits. And if they learn bad habits, one, that can change their personality type for the worst, and also they learn bad things. I made a mistake way back in the beginning of my amiibo training days. I think back in, I don't know if it was in Smash 4 still or Smash Ultimate. I forgot to turn the learning off. I think it was at the beginning days of Ultimate. And one of my amiibos noticed that another amiibo would dodge a lot in the air, like air dodging. So it believed that because it wasn't getting hit, that had to be a good strategy. So it started air dodging and dodging around, and I ended up coming back to 8 amiibos, literally not hitting each other. They would just dodge constantly, and matches would time out. And I was like, oh my god, they just learnt nothing. They're just... So I ended up having to erase all their data and start from scratch, because they all had learnt an incredibly bad habit. So here's a tip if you're Len, if you're having trouble, like let's say you don't know how to use Zero Suit, or you don't know how to use Pikachu, or you're not landing your attacks well, put the make a custom smash of just slow. Don't add any other effects, just slow. So now the speed is at half. We're gonna quickly... You also want to mirror match because you want them to learn the moveset of who they are. There's no point teaching an Amiibo a moveset of like a Jigglypuff if they're not Jigglypuff. Sort of thing. Alright, so now we're at half speed. We can time our attacks a lot better because the Amiibo no longer has the that advantage of crazy timing. Because that's one of the big things that Amiibos have over us humans is that they have computer speed. It can be a little tricky with some of the attacks, but if you need to land your combos better, it can help going at half speed. So you can see the Amiibo tends to jump a lot. And perhaps we don't want them to do that too much, so... But yeah. Also, some Amiibos tend to have this, some of them, their AI is hardwired to learn certain, or use a certain attack more frequently. Sometimes you just have to try and not use that attack at all. And it still can cause you issues. Like, I think, when I was training the Fox Amiibo, I knew Blaster was useless. Like, that was a given. Because it doesn't kill, all it does is, like, damage. So I tried not to use Blaster, like, at all. And even so, this Fox Amiibo can occasionally use the Blaster. But thankfully, he's trained enough that he doesn't use Blaster too much. Yes, this match looks incredibly slow, but it's... But we're letting the Amiibo learn to kill and use certain moves. And also, going slow helps you get those tilts. Because some people struggle with getting tilts. Sometimes they accidentally use a smash attack instead of a tilt. Some characters have really good tilt attacks. They're like great for setting up, or they have great damage potential. Yeah, if there's anything you're confused with, Len, just let me know, and I'll try my best to explain things. But sometimes it's just a big learning process. Like, some people just aren't going to know how to play 90 different characters, including me. I hate using Game & Watch, but Game & Watch is seen as a decently strong character. I can't believe that didn't kill you! Why are you made out of lead? There we go. That's what we want. Because I know for a fact, like, a couple of my Amiibos struggle to beat other Amiibos simply because I didn't know how to use them. Like, Bayonetta, not that great at using it. Ow. Oh, that was good on his part. That was a good combo. Are you kidding me? I'm pretty sure I did that first. Back. No worries, Void. Welcome back. We're just slow training this Amiibo. Trying to see what things that he should and shouldn't do. That's good. That's good. We're just going to let him hit us with up air. Because we want him to know that up air is a viable strategy. That's it. Keep juggling, turnip boy. And he's getting there with levels too. Ah, keep hitting the balloons rather than him. There we go. I always have trouble landing back here. That up smash is so hard to hit. Yeah. It seems like it hits hard, but it seems like it's quite... You don't realize how small that actual hitbox is until, like, you actually land. Another suggestion I can give is that there is a person out there, I think they're called the Amiibo Doctor, or like, I'm not entirely sure. If you just literally type up Amiibo, like, Amiibo Pikachu training or something like that, or just a particular Amiibo you're training, there's a website out there where some person has dedicated their time and effort to write down what's the best movesets to teach an Amiibo, what these Amiibos are known to do mostly, and they even have a guide on how to do spirited Amiibos, like, what the best spirits are for certain Amiibos, like, say you want to give, like, an Amiibo with that has invincibility, or maybe, like, one that helps improve their attack stat. Also, this music's godlike. But yeah, it's a big trial and error thing. Some people have even, like, done things where they need to, like, train an Amiibo like 5 times over, like even going, like, erasing its data just to get the perfect personality. Because I know there was a person out there who did an experiment where he wanted to see how to make the perfect Isabelle Amiibo. He ended up having to, like, delete its data like 5 times before he got a good Isabelle. So it's definitely a trial and error thing. Other strategies you can literally do is put that Amiibo in a tournament. Man, that boy comes back from anything. Like, have it fight against other Amiibos. Find out what bad habits it's doing. Perhaps it's not using a certain amount of smash attacks. Maybe you're like, oh, I want my Amiibo to be using this attack more frequently. And you can train your Amiibo to do that. Maybe you notice your Amiibo's jumping too much and you're like, okay, I've got to try and not jump as much when I'm training it, sort of thing. I like the original version of this, but more it fits the trailer. Yeah, it was a great song. I also still can't believe K. Rool is in this game. I'm glad he is, honestly. It's kind of funny though, because my knowledge on K. Rool literally stems from Donkey Kong 64. I have not played a single Donkey Kong Country game. Oh! I also can't believe, I think this song's actually written by the same people, or was mixed by the same people who made Xenoblade, who like Chronicles music tracks. The Ace group or something like that. Use turnips. All the turnips. Recently, I think my mom still plays Animal Crossing, and she recently got into a big tissy over something that happened in Animal Crossing. Was, wasn't expecting that. Because she tries to do the turnip stalk market, and she got upset because I think she sold a bunch of her turnips, and she's like, alright, I think she sold them for like 100, and then when she checked the afternoon price, it was like in the 300s, and she was very upset about that. Okay, I think he should be. He seems to be doing okay. We did manage to get the win, but terrible. I remember my turnip days. Yes. She was like, ah! And I was. My dad enjoyed teasing her a little bit about it. Alright. Once you've finished, make sure you always turn the learning off. That's always something you gotta remember. We'll leave him at 47 because we'll have him fight against this new amiibo that we'll be training up right now. I was introduced to Donkey Kong Country 1 at a good time of my life. The dude who had a decked out Nintendo Rare theme in both his room and living room. Whoa! That's cool. We used to have this WhatsApp group where there was close to 20 people and we all checked our prices and tracked them down with the tracker. Yeah, I remember we had a Discord group where what we did was if anyone got a high turnip price, everyone would rush over to them. Alright, Olimar. But that Discord's gone almost silent, which is a little sad. That's something I always am a little worried about because I know some people want me to get a Discord for my Twitch channel, but I'm always worried that one day it'll just go quiet like that, and it's really sad because you want to talk to those people, but like when it goes silent like that, you're like, what do I do? Exactly, we're all suddenly billionaires. Billionaires. Alright. So here's an example of me not knowing how to use this character. I have never played I don't think I've played any Olimar, like, whatsoever. So we'll see how this goes. Why is One Wing Angel back again? He's decently fast. Wow, he is way faster than Villager. His up air's not too bad. What is he doing? Still post a mine, it's dead AF. Yeah. Okay, at least the amiibo is smart enough to pluck 3 Pikmin straight away whenever they die. To. That's probably why I'm so grateful for Alchemist's Hollow, because it's still pretty active even when not everyone is active, and also I get to meet all these lovely people that I honestly wouldn't have met otherwise, and I'm pretty sure a couple of you wouldn't have known about me either had I not been in the Hollow a little bit. How did that hit? That was a bit weird. Alright. I did it. I won a game as Olimar. Not sure I found you at random. Yeah, true. But a couple of these lovely folk I do know either from, I think I saw them at my uni. A couple of them were randoms. A couple of them are from the Hollow. Which is always nice to see. And there's some really lovely people on the Hollow. We got artists, we got people who create things, we got people who make food, we got pets. Let's see how many cute pets. Speaking of, my doggo gets to sit upstairs today, because today is really cool. Apparently, we just had like this really cloudy day yesterday, and it was supposed to rain, but it didn't rain. But right now, it's just a lovely cool wind, and this room is just no humidity whatsoever. It's great. Stop shielding, what are you doing? I need to post more to chat was super friendly when I joined. Yeah. Everybody at the Hollow are great people. And I'm gonna be, I think right now, I don't know if you've probably seen posts maybe about it, but like there's currently an art competition going on, so I have to get my artistry out and about. Might spend some what is it, this week doing a little bit of drawing. I'm stuck in that loop of like, I can think of something to draw sort of thing, but like, I've got to actually draw it. He seems to shield a lot, I've noticed this amiibo. I haven't even touched shield, I don't think, in any of our matches. Oh, look at the spike. Do something. I just put the server at the top of the list. The other ones that went silent. Yeah, I have a couple of servers that just sit sort of at the more closer to the bottom. I know I had a server which we played a lot of Among Us, which I do enjoy playing Among Us. Still don't know if I'm going to participate in the character design competition. A part of me is like, no, you should draw, and another part of me is like, yes, less competition. But yeah, if you can participate, Len, do so if you want to. Tomorrow when I get home, I'll do an art dump on the server. Oh yeah. Make sure you don't, just make sure you space out your art a little bit, because I know the server gets a little iffy if you do too big of an art dump. Like, they do like your art, but just make sure you spread it out a little bit. I know, AJ also does a lot of weapon drawing, but they always like spread it out from time to time. And I know they're apparently doing something a bit bigger, which I'm really interested to see. Gotcha. No worries, no worries. Just want to let you know, because I myself have gotten in trouble for like posting in the wrong channel once or something like that. And I know they want to also do that for Twitch. So if you have a Twitch channel, like, to avoid double posting. You know, just for other people to have an opportunity to, like, show their stuff. This music's so good. I miss Kid Icarus Uprising. A part of me really wants a port, and another part of me wants a sequel. But, you know. One day. It's a Sakurai moment to just bring out a banger of a game and then vanish off the face of the planet. Okay, so I'm really glad that the amiibo will always like spend time to pluck Pikmin right when they respawn, because that was something I was worried about, that he'll try and do a Solomar. Oh, because I know it is a viable strategy to play Solomar, but it's not great. I'll do 3 at a time then, and I'll wait till people post. No worries. And I believe there's also, I know we have a character discussion, but you can also, if you're having trouble with coming up with artwork, I'm sure you can. I can't get over the goofy blue Pikmin right there. Look at his pose. He's so silly. It's kind of weird because I have not played a single Pikmin game in my life, really. I tried the demo, but the only reason I did the demo of Pikmin 3 was to get the exclusive backpack that you could get in Pikmin Bloom, because that's what I'm actually playing. Tried the first Pikmin game and got scared. Yeah, the first game was brutal with their timer. 30 days and that's it. I think the second game is definitely a lot more forgiving, and I think a lot of people would say the second game's a lot better, because you're not as squished for time. Even in the third game, you're a little squished for time because you're there for survival reasons. Like, you have no food, and if you run out of food, I'm pretty sure it's a game over. And you also need to get a better ending. You need to have as much food in the reserve, so another reason why it presses you for time. Well, I have to leave. I'm having dinner, and then I have to prepare for The Last of Us finale. Oh yeah, that's right. You were watching The Last of Us last time I streamed. No worries. Thank you so much for sticking around, Len, though. If you're having any more Amiibo trouble, just let me know. And if you're planning on training up your Amiibo, that'd be cool to see. I guess same as what Void says. Has a good night. Which is a strange thing for me to say, because it's only 12 in the afternoon for me. He's at least getting a bit more aggressive, which is good. We're doing things. He's doing things. He's learning. That spike is pretty good. I'm surprised. This is just the bug-eyed Olimar. Yeah, and Pikmin 4 is coming out eventually, isn't it? So I wonder what their plan is for that. I know we're getting a new Pikmin type. Which is the Ice Pikmin. Part of me hopes we'll get Ice Pikmin in, maybe Bulbmin in, Pikmin Bloom, but that's all related if Niantic feels like it. The game's currently in a slow mode at the moment, but for me, I'm enjoying it for what it is. I'm not there as a completionist because obviously it's impossible. I have no idea where all my where to find a zoo or art gallery very easily. But I think I use it more to like as a health reason thing, like, oh, I should be taking more steps sort of thing. It's like a more relaxed version of Pokemon Go. The only downside is you can't play Pokemon Go and Pikmin Bloom at the same time. It's a little difficult to do that. And unfortunately I do not have two phones. I can't run around with two phones at the same time. Get more aggressive, which is good. That's good, that's good. Oh, he is swinging. Let that slide. I think that's his first KO because, like, I didn't realize I didn't have any Pikmin with me at first. Too heavy. Also, let's be thankful that flying Pikmin exist in this game, because goodness gracious, Olimar's, like, recovery in Brawl was god-awful. And also, like, I guess another thing Brawl had was that he had 5 Pikmin instead of 3. 5 was a bit too many, I think. I know some people were upset that he dropped the Pikmin, but it was also randomized as well, which made it a lot more difficult, so I think the changes they made to him in Ultimate and 4 of having only 3 Pikmin and also like not having randomized order and being able to see which Pikmin is in the front of the party was definitely a good change. Silly little vegetable people. Anyways, I'm surprised how well I'm doing with Olimar? Question mark? I thought I was going to have a lot more of a harder time with using him, but maybe it's just my Brawl days, because I used him in Brawl and I was like, God, he is awful to use. Maybe he's been more streamlined. I cannot tell you how many times I've missed the tether grab in Brawl and just cried. I'm just like, why, Olimar? Hey, it's a Mega Man stage. Been a while since I think we've been here. Been getting a lot of Zelda stages, and I think we got Skyworld twice today. But yeah, I didn't expect a lot of his attacks to be so meaty. Olimar hits decently hard with the right Pikmin type. You wouldn't think so much, considering the dude, like, doesn't seem like he'd be, I guess, being stuck on forbidden planets has caused him to go on the offensive route. Do you have any custom stages? Not really, actually. I'm not much of a custom stage person. I know there are some people who train amiibos on custom stages. Because you can make custom stages more set to teach amiibos certain moves. Or like, to tech better. I think an old strategy I used to have was that I made a stage with a box design. And it only had like a really narrow window of where the exit is, sort of thing. So it sort of forced the amiibos to learn to attack in that direction, sort of thing. But now that I know how amiibos actually work a bit better, it's not as useful. Whoa, that angle. Found a lot of custom stages. Yeah, there's some really good custom stages, and then there are some questionable ones, we'll say. It's kind of sad that, like, I think Nintendo actually had, like, a decently good idea. Problem is that they forgot that the internet is an awful cesspool at times. Oliver keeps dying. Stop throwing purple Pikmin on him. But yeah, there are a lot of stages on this game, so like, I guess that's a big reason I don't see the need for custom stages. I'm like, bro, we have like over 70 stages. Why would you need custom stages? But I know there are some really good custom stages out there. Foresight. This is a long, long time since we've been here. I always find Foresight the strangest stage. Because, I mean... Foresight is like, what, Earthbound? But like, Earthbound is like pixel art, so like... When you see Foresight, you're like, yeah, this don't look like Earthbound. Oh, I just noticed a slight attention to detail. When Olimar attacks, like does a smash attack, the little light on his head changes to red. This shows how much I've not used Olimar. I think it's better looking in the version of... Yeah, apparently it is a location in Earthbound, but like... It looks like something from our world, sort of thing. Which off the top of my head, I don't think Earthbound is. Sort of thing. It's just, it's an overall weird stage. And yeah, it's from Melee, so... Like, I bet if I looked in one of those windows, I'd see a human out of it. I love how excited the Pikmin get. Like, they're like, yeah, we did it! Little vegetable people. Speaking of, there are some stages I just never get in the pool. Where is it? This one. Distant Planet, that's a rare pool. From the random pool.
Start battle.
What level are we at? 22. I think we're doing pretty well.
Three, two, one, go!
I know a lot of people have been arguing about the fact of like why we haven't gotten a new Kirby rep, but the problem is I feel like with Kirby reps, there's actually a everyone always says Bandana D, but people don't realize like how popular certain characters are in Kirby. There's a lot of really good picks that we could have for Smash, sort of thing. Like, I know Bandana D is always the top thing, but I know there's a lot of people who like wanted Marks as a character, and he ended up being a boss. Magalore is a super popular guy. Bean, whatever shape he is. Orb. Everything in the Kirby universe are orbs. So he's a very popular orb. Planet Robobot has Susie. Susie flies around in a mech, which is pretty cool. But she might be a bit too big to use. Oh no, I guess she did have a... She had a non-mech form in Star Allies. That's another thing, is that Star Allies introduced partners from a different dimension, which allowed you to use like all these characters from previous games. It was sort of like an anniversary game in a way, before obviously going into Forgotten Land. So there's a lot of Kirby reps that could be easily used, but I don't know. I guess I'll have to consider it. But yeah, it's been a while since we've gotten a new Kirby rep, which is a big reason a lot of people want a Kirby rep. We haven't had a new Kirby rep since, what? Brawl? But you could also make the same argument, is that we haven't had a Zelda rep since Brawl. And that rep was technically Toon Link, who I wouldn't say he's a clone character. He at least works a little bit better than he's his own thing, but at the same time, it's another Link. I know a lot of people see that as a big point of contention, is that we have 3 Links in the game now, but there's a lot more Zelda characters. I think that's the big issue with like franchises that like Zelda and Fire Emblem, is that they're not one continuous story, like sort of thing. All these characters are from different generations, different time periods, different games. So it makes it a little hard to pull from the pool of what people like. Like, for example, let's see. I know Skull Kid was a popular choice that a lot of people wanted in Smash, but Skull Kid has been in one game and one game alone, and that's Majora's Mask. I mean, he did show up technically in Ocarina of Time, but he didn't have a major role until, like, Majora's Mask. But yeah, he's only from one game, so you can't use him as a sort of vision of all the games. I guess you could also put that in the category of Young Link, but I guess back then they had Melee Link and the original 64 Link being based off Ocarina of Time, so they could get away with that. Oh, he's swinging. And I guess Toon Link's been in a couple of games too. Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Wind Waker. But yeah. It's another big reason why they switched from Twilight Princess designs to Breath of the Wild. Actually, they've changed all the designs. Zelda's from a different game. Ganondorf's from Ocarina of Time. And now this Link is from Breath of the Wild. So... I know what you mean, Ice Climbers. Ow. Yeah, I mean... Is there any other rep? I guess you can't really use any other reps from Ice Climbers. I mean, Ice Climbers is Ice Climbers, but... Ice Climbers also be like the only game in their series. They were... I think they're also considered a legacy character. Like Game & Watch. Ooh, he's making it hard for me to land. Oliver's putting in the work. Oh, the damage racks up really quick. And he's only level 27. Like, Olimar hits decently hard. I guess the downside of Olimar is that he's a little tricky to use if you don't have good Pikmin management. Bro, let me land. I'm actually struggling here. I can't get in. He's level 27. I might actually have to go down back to slow-mo for a little while. I legit was having trouble landing against him. Alright, let's see what he's, Yep. There's the offensive. Man woke up and chose violence. Alright, we're gonna go out and go to this... Slow smash. So I can actually see what I'm doing instead of just flailing around, because that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Yeah, man woke up this morning. Honestly, he did, because, like, I haven't trained him, so this is the first time he's being trained. When I got these amiibo from my cousin, all of them were level 1 with no nicknames. Which I think they might have used them in Smash 4, but a couple of them actually didn't even have data on them, so they basically were just like collecting dust in their house. BRB, no worries. Void. So I'm glad I get to train them up, for sure. I think only one amiibo actually had some semblance of stuff on them. And it was level 5, so it probably was only in like one match and one match alone. Come down. Slowly but surely get something in. Now that I'm getting pummeled, it's a little easier to see what I need to do. I say that as I literally die. I went too low. I forget you're heavy as heck. Olimar. This is definitely not fight music. Okay, I jumped into that one. Oops. Here goes my yellow Pikmin. A weirdest dream last night. Oh yeah? Been a while since I've had any really big dreams. I think I had a weird dream this morning, but I don't remember most of it, unfortunately. I think it was somebody telling me I needed to do something, but I was like, yeah, sure, I'll get onto that. Thankfully, no stress stream. That's all that matters. No, purple Pikmin, why are you so heavy? I should probably be chucking Pikmin. I need to recover. That's what I wanted to do. Alright. Getting into the stride of things. It only took me a while, but I'm getting there. Woke up thinking one of my teeth fell out. Pain in my mouth from biting my tooth woke me up, but none of my teeth fell out. Ah, yeah. I've heard that teeth falling out is a big, is a very common trait in dreams related to stress. I've never had a dream where my teeth are falling out. My stress dreams are just usually, like, embarrassing myself in public. Teeth falling out don't bother me as much. Makes sense. Yeah. I guess it's kind of interesting that it is a correlation with stress being teeth falling out. Or did I wake you up, my precious doggo? Freaked out because I didn't want to choke on it. Yeah, it makes sense as well. You don't want to swallow it either. No platforms to save you now. I feel like some amiibos do better when there's no platforms. That dash attack has such a weird angle to it. Woke up, I was fine. Yeah. The lighting on this stage is really weird. Pikmin looks so odd. But yeah, I've had dreams where like my most recent stress dream I had was like working in a computer room where I was with a bunch of other students from my uni, and we were supposed to write an essay. And I walked away for a moment. I don't know what the reason was I walked away, but I walked away for a moment just to go do something. And when I came back, all my save data had deleted. And we had to present this essay in about 45 minutes, and I had no idea in my dream what the essay was even on about. So I was just sitting there just panicking and just freaked the heck out, because not only did I not know what the topic was at hand, but also like I had to present it, which like presenting stuff like speeches and stuff like that, the worst. Hate them. Never liked them, never will. But I haven't had a stress dream recently, so that's probably for the better. Stress dreams have never helped me in any way. Sometimes I'm not even sure what I'm stressing over. I'm just like, why? Why are you making me stress? I need to sleep. Then I'd be less stressed. Why must you do this to me? And I know for these past few days I haven't been getting a good amount of sleep because it's been humid, so I keep waking up in the middle of the night and just being like, ugh, gross. And that doesn't help really at all. But it's been cooler today and a bit yesterday, so. Alrighty. I think maybe 2 more matches and then I'll let him do a little bit of just CPU leveling up. It's freezing past few days where I am. Yeah, for us it's kind of the opposite. It's been really hot. Oh my god. We got the Pikmin stage that I was literally talking about a couple of minutes ago. Luckily my doggo is getting a haircut this week. Problem is, because it's like sort of summer, every single dog owner wants to get their dog a haircut. And that resulted in a lot of hairdressing places being booked out. And we do have a particular hairdresser that we went to, but then she retired, so we had to go look for another hairdresser place. And we did find another one, thankfully, but like, she ended up getting COVID, and we couldn't have our doggo get his hair cut that month. And then we tried to find another place, and that only other place that wasn't booked out, turns out the reason it wasn't booked out was because the hairdresser was going on maternity leave, so she obviously wasn't accepting any more doggos. We tried the vet, and the vet was like, no, we're booked out until like next month because everybody's getting their doggo's hair cut. So thankfully our hairdresser that we planned on going to, she's her family's recovered from COVID, so we can finally get the haircut that he deserves. My poor boy is just melting. Ah, he's on me. Didn't he lose 2 Pikmin? How did he pluck 2 Pikmin so quickly? This is good gameplay. I know the gameplay looks a bit weird because it's going at like half speed. But we need to do it. Oh, I was hoping to get the spike, but oh well. Right, I'm gonna take a quick break. Back to the Amiibo menu, please. Smash. Alright, now we're gonna see regular gameplay for a little while. Maybe I should set the CPU to 9 automatically, instead of having to type it up each and every time. I feel like, yeah, we got Luigi and Pyra again in the random pool. See someone direct message me, so I'm gonna quickly double check that. Wow, Mithra and Pyra are out already, and Luigi still had 3 stocks. What on earth happened? Just sort of watching to see what he's doing. He seems to be staying rather offensive, thankfully. Wow, that was a lot of parries. He also seems to be smash attacking nowhere near the opponents, which is a little weird, but other than that, he seems to be getting his aerials down pretty well. Yes. Gonna make some tea, BRB? No worries. I could go for a cup of tea as well, to be honest. I might, part of me wants Dark Pit to win, but there's a good chance he won't. I might make myself a cup of tea too. Gotta approach each other, guys. Oh, this is doable. Yeah, let's go. I'm definitely not biased. Don't worry about my amiibo. Who cares about what happened to Mithra and Pyro? They got taken out way earlier in the match. Alrighty. Let's go on that awful stage. That gives me more time to go get myself a drink. Cup of tea. It is quite cool today, so I think a good cup of tea would be nice. You guys get to watch characters bounce up and down off the stage. Alright, I shall be back in maybe 5 minutes. I'll see you guys soon. And I'm back, and I can see the match is still ongoing. I was a little worried that I was gonna not make it back in time, but never mind, the stage is torture, so it lasted long enough. At least everyone's sort of getting close to the wind down. We're actually down to the last 2.5 minutes, too. I got myself a cup of tea. I'm just gonna quickly see if I can take a sip of it. Nope, it's too hot. Ah, curse me in my cat tongue. I want to drink it, but like it's way too hot. Oops. What level is he now? 37. If Sora somehow managed to get second place or something, nope. Sort of cursed him, but there was no way he was going to make it with 170. Alright, funny Blockman wins. Been playing a little bit more Minecraft recently. Because we're getting close to finishing the big project we've been working on. And I've been mapping out what my next project might be. I'm hoping it turns out okay. I guess we'll find out when the time comes. Yeah, there's like a Shadow Mewtwo color art. Why didn't the Shadow Mewtwo amiibo card become an amiibo? That's their biggest fumble, honestly. Instead, I had to actually get a actual Mewtwo amiibo that my cousin no longer wanted to get an actual Mewtwo amiibo. Though that amiibo currently is with the Alchemist at the moment, so I'll have to go get it from them eventually. Just a bunch of small people, and then just Incineroar, Mewtwo, and then just Chrom. The only normal-sized human in this group. Who's died like twice already. My commentary may be a little less as I'm trying to drink this cup of tea. Wah. There's chaos happening on the left side of the screen. That's just the summary of this awful stage. Left-handed chaos. Oops. Move this around. Wow. Incineroar nailed that attack and was the one to die from it simply because the stage moved really, really fast at that point. A flower popped up there. I've never noticed that in the chaos of this map. Alright, maximum amount of randoms. What time is it? We're at the 2.5 hour mark, which isn't too bad. Probably after he gets to about level, let's see. Maybe level 43 or 2, we'll also do a little bit of training just to fine-tune him just a little bit. And then we'll have them battle each other, the two amiibos that we got. I guess we'll find out what we'll do about this raid boss amiibo. I don't know if I'll use him today. I guess we might, because I am planning just playing a little bit of Dragon Quest Treasures, and it probably won't last that long. So we'll probably spend most of the time doing Smash over Dragon Quest Treasures. Just trying to keep an eye out on what on earth is happening, but there just seems to be everything happening all at once. We've still got some people still within the second stock. I always forget there's like a clawed outfit for Byleth. It just looks so drastically different from everything else he wears that I'm just like, oh yeah, that's right. I think it's because of that bright yellow that it just throws me off. It reminds me of, what's it, the yellow Joker outfit that Joker has as well? They look very similar because they have very flowy, cape-like clothing. They're jackets, I guess is the best way to say it. Goes Link. Wow, Byleth is choosing violence. He's two fail not full charges. Fortunately, it wasn't enough. Oh no, the Wii Fit trainer! I don't know if any of you caught that, but like Wii Fit trainer used a soccer ball and got bounced off by either Samus or like Palutena's attack, and it flew straight back at Wii Fit trainer and instantly killed her. That is super unfortunate. Here's a victory screen I don't get to see very often. I don't mean that Samus is a bad character, but I don't know where she stands. I think she's more mid-tier. I think the issue is that it's a very technical character, and a lot of people just end up being spammy with her, which really sucks. Because you can actually do some pretty nifty kills with Samus. It's just that her kit's not terribly great for that sort of stuff. And then again, I can't really say much because I don't own really any of the Samus amiibos. I only have Zero Suit. I mean, the Dark Samus amiibo definitely looked cool, but I'm not too big into Metroid. And I think back then I could decently play Zero Suit, so that was the only reason I ended up getting Zero Suit Samus, was because I was like, oh, I can play her, so might as well. But yeah, that was a big reason. I think that's another big reason why I didn't touch any of the Samus amiibos, because of just like, I couldn't play them, or I had very little attachment to the character. So that's pretty much a big reason why I'm missing a chunk of amiibos, is just A, not interested in them as a character, or B, didn't know how to play them. Nowadays, finding some amiibos is super expensive. I was just super lucky that one time for the Super Mario amiibos, being that the Peach and Mario one were just somebody had dropped them off at Chatswood as a pre-owned with a couple of Animal Crossing ones, and I was like, oh shoot, I'll get them. And then finding a Silver Mario out in the wild was another rare occurrence, and it wasn't at a too bad of a price. I think it was in the $40s or $50, and I understand it's pretty pricey for an amiibo, but I guess it was cheaper than getting it online. Online, they were going for something a lot more, like 70 to 80. And I think they restocked a bunch of the Super Mario amiibos. I think Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Donkey Kong, because it was Mario Day recently. Which I guess that's good, that they're at least doing this thing where they're releasing amiibos of certain games that are happening sort of, you know, around the time, like how with Fire Emblem Engage, they re-released almost all the Fire Emblem amiibos, and I know a bunch of people were excited for the Corrin player too. I was just excited to get Alm again, because I missed out on him, and I really wanted him because he's my one of my favorite lords. And I was able to get him for a decent price than the absurd prices that they'd raised them to. And then now with Tears of a Kingdom coming out, they're re-releasing all the Legend of Zelda amiibos, and I know a bunch of people are happy about that too. Unfortunately, I got most of them. I think the first time around, I got most of the Smash ones. I think the only Zelda character amiibo I don't have is Ganondorf. I don't know, Twilight Princess Ganondorf back in the day in Smash 4 was atrocious. At least Ganon now works a lot better. Now he's got a sword. But he's in the weird category like Zelda, where they're both based off Twilight Princess characters, but like now in Ultimate, that's definitely not what they look like. Oh, Captain Falcon just spiked my amiibo. So I'm just hoping that they'll continue this pattern where they'll re-release the amiibos from time to time, so that people can actually afford them, because goodness gracious, some of the price tags on amiibos nowadays is just absurd. Like when I found that amiibo, the Silver Mario amiibos, there was a Link amiibo there, like a Smash Link amiibo. He was missing an arm, and that thing still costed about $70. And I was like, bro, it's a damaged amiibo and you're still charging $75 for this? The poor boy's missing an arm. Like the Pixel, those Pixel Link and Mario amiibos were cheaper than a broken arm Smash Link amiibo. Which is just crazy. Who's gonna win? Is it gonna be another Samus win, or is it gonna be Captain Falcon? I forget how fast Captain Falcon is. He just tore across the stage. Nope, point blank shot. Alright, I think one more game and that should be it for this Olimar amiibo, and we'll double check him with his stats, and then we'll do our final little bit for these two amiibos and get them fully up to level 50. Finally the tea that I'm drinking is now at an actual decent temperature where I don't scald myself. PictoChat. It still blows my mind that this entire song is made from nothing but PictoChat sound fonts. What's with everybody going to the left side of the stage? Goodness. Oh, far out. Also, Zelda is here again, and it's in base form Zelda. Wow. You can see Alchemist is streaming, and just reading the title for their stream was always so great. Unlike me, who's like straight to the point, like, this is what I'm doing, this is what we're doing. They come up with like witty titles, which is great. Oh, actually, the Olimar amiibo is still alive? Question mark? Yeah, he's tech game one. There he goes. Ah, so is Diddy though. And Simon is out. I feel bad for the Castlevania boys. They finally get a chance to show their stuff in this game, and they're just they're not that great. I think it's because their recovery is so poor. And they're very projectile heavy. I think I was considering getting a Richter amiibo, but then I think I just didn't. I don't know. I was like, sort of thing. And then sort of left it at that. Was really indecisive, and then, you know, the affair of amiibos being short-handed. And I thought, you know what, if I'm not interested in it now, there's a good chance I'm not interested in it, and I should just skip it. So I just left it at that. And I'm definitely too late to do any sort of like full Smash set, because goodness, some of these amiibos would be very difficult to get. I mean, I got most of them, but like, yeah, there's a couple key ones that I'm missing. Like, I don't even have the original Mario Smash amiibo. I could have gotten it one time. I did see it at an EB Games one day, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, but then I just left it. I think I got a Gunner amiibo, the Mii Gunner, because back in the day I only got Sword and Brawler, and I thought nothing of it, but then after a while I was like, you know what, I kind of should have gotten Gunner as well. And then eventually I saw it just randomly in a shop and I got it. Complete that trio. I think the reason I didn't get Gunner straight away was a weird one. It had its hair was shiny. That was it. That was literally my petty reason I didn't get Gunner. Because Swordsman and Brawler had like, I don't know, they had matted hair, like the matte shading on their hair. But for some reason, Gunner had just really shiny hair, and I couldn't understand why. So I just left it at that. It's a very, very petty reason. And sort of regretted it, but I got that fixed in the end. Everyone's very close to KOing. Oh, I thought Diddy was ahead, but looks like Olimar's pulled through in survivability. These matches do go for a long time, though. Probably will have to try and double check the Olimar, make sure he's as aggressive as possible, because it might be he's just whiffing a lot of his attacks and I'm not noticing it. There we go. Alright. Let's quickly train him up by ourselves, and we'll see how it goes. Need to turn the learning back on, I think. real quick. Definitely feels like we've been playing a little longer than my usual streams for Smash. Usually we're done within like, I guess the 3-hour mark, but I think it's because I'm taking a little bit more time to be a bit more careful with training them. Yay, I'm back. Welcome back, Glenn. Did the season end? We're almost finished training up our second Amiibo. We're in the sort of final stages of trying to get him. So now that he's at a high level, he's a lot more like smarter, I guess, but we just need to fine tune him, make sure that he's being the best he can be. Back to welcome back, Void. Got your cup of tea. Because I went and got my own cup of tea while you were gone. So he seems to be employing the strategy of throwing the Pikmin away before like making it back, treating an injury. Did you just injure yourself making a cup of tea? What happened? Hopefully it's not too serious. No, my red Pikmin. Did he seriously just... Okay. Ow! He just forward tilted me. No, because it's dry, my skin split open. Not serious. Ah, okay. That's good. I was worried that you'd like somehow cut yourself whilst making the cup of tea or something. Someone's playing Metroid Dread. Unfortunately, that would never be me. I think Metroid Dread would kill me, like in real life. I am a huge disliker. I would say even a hater of stealth sections. And I still have not forgiven certain games for putting stealth sections where I don't want them. Now, although how frequent my skin splits, I wouldn't mind it. Yeah, dry skin is also an issue of mine as well, but that's because I tend to wash my hands a lot. Like, before the big C, I would wash my hands a decent amount because I often was cooking. So, like, I would have, like, wash my hands, you know, as one, hygiene reasons, and two, cross-contaminating reasons. You don't want to do that sort of stuff while you're cooking. So often washing my hands. I have my doggo. We got the stage twice after I started talking about it. What the heck? Oh, no, this isn't Distant Planet, is it? No, this is the other one. This is the other Pikmin stage. got both Pikmin stages. But like, after the big C then came around, washing my hands became even more frequent because I was like, public areas, don't want to touch any of them, sort of thing. So I was washing my hands even more frequently. And because of that, my hands ended up super dry. Really, Dread is so good. Yeah, I've watched people play Dread and it looks good, but like, I think I would just die. It's like, I'm no good with horror and stealth at the same time, so like, I would probably die from induced heart attack if I did something like that. I like to keep my heart in check, not by playing horror games. It's kind of funny though, because like a lot of horror games I do enjoy like the stories behind them. Because often with horror games they have intriguing stories. Like I was a huge fan of the Fatal Frame series. My friend got me into it back in high school. And they were like, oh yeah, I'm playing this game called Fatal Frame. And I was like, oh, I've never heard of it before. And I decided to watch a walkthrough of it. And God, did that make me stay up at night back in high school. I had heart palpitations in the middle of the night because I thought too hard. And I was like, oh God, sort of thing. But I've just found it as a really uniquely interesting story. And then I ended up watching walkthroughs for the second game and the third game. The most recent game, I didn't really watch a walkthrough on because it was all over the place in terms of story, and it was really hard to watch anybody play it at a high enough quality where there wasn't them screaming over footage or like the blurriest footage in the world. But yeah, one thing for sure, that game has aged kind of poorly. Like the first and second, well, the first game at least, it has. The second game had a Wii remake, which was sort of thing. Didn't really do the second game justice, to be honest, despite how loved the second game is. Yeah, it's at first scary, but then you start getting power-ups and that fear goes away. Right. This is Dread you're talking about. I don't know. I think it's the... I think it might be a little too hard for me. Still. I don't think I've really played any Metroid games either, so... And I know, what is it, the trilogy? Or what's it called? Metroid Prime? The one that was on the GameCube, that got re-released, didn't it? A remaster. Ouch. But I gotta say, good for Metroid for coming back into the franchise, honestly. Because, like, it's been, like, in dead water for so long, and then all of a sudden, it gets Dread, comes out, Prime comes out, what's them called it? The GBA game as well. I think that's also on the Virtual Console now, too. Fusion, that's the one. So like, no, too heavy. Just like how Oliver's free fall is just him falling head first. Fusion and Zero Mission, yeah. So like, Metroid is thriving at the moment, honestly. And there is Metroid Prime 4, but it's stuck in development hell. Because of the whole... I think they... What was it? The issue was like they couldn't get the game as they envisioned, and then... they changed teams or something like that, so it's in a rocky state. Fun fact, Zero Mission's my first Metroid game. Oh yeah. I remember, like, people would often cite one of the Metroid games as being pretty terrifying. I think it was Fusion, maybe? The one where SAX is, like, hunting you down and you have literally no gear. And this just thing that's, like, at your strongest level is just chasing you. and it has all your equipment essentially. I remember people would say that was like pretty horrifying to deal with. I think it's because also like it doesn't talk, it doesn't say anything, it's just this virus that's just following Samus around with heavy footsteps. So yeah. I would say Metroid is in the horror genre at times. It also had that boss that has a melting face, and you see its silhouette like in the distance. I played that too, it was freaky. Yeah, like, I think if you got the backstory on it, like, you realize how messed up it is. It's literally a virus that infected Samus to the point where she almost died, and then it was like, wow, this woman's pretty strong, let me just copy-paste. And it copy-pasted, like, her at her strongest. And it's just like this absurdly strong, almost unkillable thing chasing you. I really enjoyed the Metroid games. I still have to play the Prime trilogy. Oh yeah. I'm you but stronger. Until Samus gets all her stuff back, and then Samus is like, it's back to me, baby. And we don't talk about what is it, other M? That doesn't exist in the Metroid franchise, if I remember correctly. Oh, my Pikmin are dead. Oh, I thought I got my back air first. Oops, I actually love other end because of the gameplay. One of the games I've actually 100%ed. Oh yeah! I've heard pretty negative things about it from just an outsider's perspective, so I'm always like, I guess it's a really bad game. If the gameplay's good, then I guess there's something for it. But yeah, I've heard that story-wise, not great. But like, in terms of gameplay, I guess it's not too bad. It's weird, isn't it, some games? Some games, you play them and you're like, oh, that gameplay is amazing, sort of thing. But the story, you're just like, oof. I think that was sort of for me with, like, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I know a lot of people disliked Gates to Infinity, but I was like, it's not too bad. Like, I enjoyed what I played, sort of thing. Getting slapped. I think that's another, what's another game that's similar? I think maybe Fire Emblem Engage. There are a bunch of people who just dislike the story, but a lot of people will say the gameplay is probably the best we've had in a while. And I would agree too. Like, the story is okay. It's not, I wouldn't say it's like fantastic, but I definitely enjoyed the story. Just, oh, tech that somehow. But I would be lying if to say the gameplay was bad. Gameplay is phenomenal. It's like the most fun I've had. Even on a normal level, I actually found it kind of difficult. And I was like, oh, okay. Actually, story is meh. What they did to Samus as a character was nasty, but I can kind of forget about that thanks to gameplay. Yeah, that's pretty much the consensus. Is like, don't ever listen to what happened to the story. Story doesn't exist, but gameplay-wise, it seemed to be good, I guess. Which is a shame, because sometimes that happens to some games where the story is just amazing, or like, and then the gameplay's bad, or the gameplay's good and the story's bad. It's sometimes a fine line to walk. need to double check this villager amiibo, make sure its learning's turned off, because I can't remember if I did turn that off. Snack. Single snack. Okay, learning's turned off. Good. I'm trying to think if there's any other games that are similar in that aspect. Of like, just ruining something. Because I can't remember, did Metroid get a game for a long time after that incident of Other M? I can't actually remember. Like, I think we had there was that Federation game, which a lot of people were really upset about.
3, 2, 1, go!
Alright, let's see how these amiibo play out. God, after playing on slow mode for so long, these guys feel like they're going at lightning speed. Get that game, and then one for 3DS. Oh yeah, there was like Return to the Samus Returns or something like that, or something along that game. It was like a remake of a DS game. Yeah, I think Dread definitely was a huge step in the right direction for the Metroid series. They really needed a game like Dread. Like in Dread, the story is pretty simple, I guess. Nothing, like it gets simple to the point, and like there is obviously twists and turns and whatnots, but like just back to Silent Samus just being her badass self. Though honestly, girl needs a break. She looks stressed out of her mind in that game. Story works and that's it. You didn't have to do more what they need to do. That's pretty much what it should be. Story does what you need to do. Story says, this is what's happening, gonna stick to it. I think that's what you kind of need. You need a story that's not too overly ambitious at times. If a story gets too ambitious, there can always be like the downside of like trying to cover too many elements all at once. That's interesting. He tried to plant something, but like he apparently was maybe too close to the edge or something, or not close to the edge, not close enough to the ground, so it didn't plant. Looked like it should have. Wow! That villager showed no mercy. I'm telling you, Villager Amiibo AI is cracked. Like, he was a threat back in Smash 4 and it still hasn't changed. Though, I think definitely in 101, one-in-one sort of situations, he's good. I think when it comes to group Smash, he seems to be a lot less viable. Oh, and against heavy characters as well. I wouldn't count the Olimar out, it's just I think in terms of aerial game, he is definitely outbeaten by the Villager Amiibo. It's a bullet hell he's got to dodge from all the turnips just to get in some solid attacks. Oh my goodness, he grew a tree! Wasn't expecting that. And you can see how he just doesn't capitalize on that tree whatsoever. Big reason why you don't teach the villager how to use tree. Because I know getting hit by the tree growing up also does a lot of damage, but it's so hard to like hit, I guess. Love playing Isabel against heavy opponents. Yeah. Heavy amiibos are really dangerous in the amiibo play as well. Because, like, they can last a long time. Damn, you still going? Yeah, I'm still going. I'll be here for a while. Luckily, I'm not... We're at the final parts for these two. They're just, getting the last few levels, and I'm just, you know, seeing how they're playing and stuff like that. My training arc for these two is pretty much done. Another tree. Also casually just listening to Megalovania. Villager kidnapped a pigman for a moment. This is mine now. My vegetable person. That pigman's gonna just stuck in the void trying to figure out what's happening, and then he wakes up like he gets pulled out and thrown off the edge. Because Villager's got some dang big pockets. I mean, if you've played Animal Crossing, man can hold a lot of stuff in them pockets. Several fish. Casually holding 30 tarantulas if you could. Oh, and like furniture. Massive amounts of furniture. Like, boy can put a giant table in his pocket and be like, Sans Village. Sans origin story. I mean, this if any of these villages were to become Sans, it's this one. It's 21 like big ass like kingfish marines and 6 couches. Oh, and like if you're counting Smash, multiple magical attacks, a fully charged shot from an arm cannon, literal thunder, because he can catch Pikachu's thunder. He can grab arrows, bombs, living creatures, his Pikmin if they're throwing. Like, there's a lot of things this boy can carry. Wow, he went down there. Oh, and multiple bowling balls. The berries. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, he can casually put Wario's bike in his pocket too. Because that's a thing. Because it's technically a thrown item. And you can pick up trees that other villagers throw, just a whole ass tree. Big, big, big pockets. But the Olimar Amiibo is like on point when it comes to having a like Pikmin. He always has 3 Pikmin at all times. Come on, Olimar, get a kill. Set the damage percentage. You can see the Olimar Amiibo is a bit dodgy, which is a little worrying. He's like air dodging a lot, which isn't getting him the kills. Villager, I'm in the middle of a fight. Let me plant a tree. There we go. I mean, if you think about it, Steve's in a similar position. He's like, let me just mine right here. See, it's kind of weird because look at the Olimar Amiibo. He can sometimes just rack up so much damage. And then sometimes he just doesn't seem to be going for the kill option very well. Like, he got Villager up to like 93. The only downside is he's dealing with Villager, who's like refusing to let him land. Seems like every match has ended with like 2 stocks on Villager's side. They're so close to finishing leveling up. They just need 2 more levels. Though I feel kind of bad because I'm pretty sure it feels very one-sided as Olimo's getting clapped by a literal child. Because people tend to forget that Olimo is like a middle-aged working man with a wife and 2 kids. And he's got like the deepest voice ever, considering Pikmin 3. Like, look at that recovery! Oh, there goes the yellow Pikmin. Oh wow, actually, as soon as the villager threw that Pikmin out, it died instantly. It's just a prolonged death sentence for them if they get grabbed. Also, I must have spoken this stage into existence because I swear, like, I was making jokes about how, like, I never get this stage, and then we ended up getting this twice and the other one once today. Whilst we're, like, training in Olimar Pikmin. And, Amiibo. What am I saying? Olimar Pikmin? Olimar Amiibo. Come on, get the kill. It's so close. You can taste it. There we go. Oh! Oof. Destruction. I wonder how this villager amiibo will go up against my other villager amiibo. I've been contemplating whether I should go back and train some of my other amiibos that I haven't trained in quite a long time. Because I know some of my amiibos are not terribly good compared to other ones, so I'm just like, maybe I should go back and sort of retrain them now that I have more knowledge on amiibos. So that the fights are a little bit more fairer. But the problem is I have to go back and like check which amiibos is which. Maybe that's a good thing to do during the tournament. Oh, actually he's gotten Villager down to the last stock, which is pretty good. Whether he'll win a game is unknown, but he's at least putting in the work. It's not completely one-sided like last time. Wow, that hitbox. That looked like it shouldn't have hit him. Alright. I think this should be the last match. Come on, Olimar. Do it all for the adults. Do it for the Pikmin. He got close, though. Just some amiibos are not as strong as others. There's a reason, I think, back before a lot of the amiibos were released for, the base game of Ultimate. They had a tier list of amiibos, and Bowser got banned in vanilla tournaments because Bowser was just absurd. Because he had his forward smash attack, basically that drop kick he does, just destroys things essentially, and other amiibo couldn't figure out how to counter against it, so they would just get completely wiped out by this Bowser just drop kicking them. So he got banned in vanilla. I think he was still allowed to play in spirited form, but because other amiibos were given the chance, but it still was a dangerous sort of amiibo. Now Incineroar exists, and he got banned pretty quickly too, because of that Alolan whip issue. Because apparently some amiibos just couldn't figure out how to counter against Alolan whip. And a Lowland Whip also does a lot of damage when it hits perfectly, and as an amiibo, they can time it perfectly, especially if you train them to do it well. Wow, Olimar went for the spike and forgot that villager literally can just counter that spike. It's just an aerial battle of up and down. Vegetable versus vegetable. Turnips versus carrots. Because I think that's the closest things that Pikmin are based off are carrots. No, the yellow Pikmin's been sent to Brazil. Also, man, this song is old now. It's so weird to think that. This was like the first song we ever heard about Splatoon, and we were just like, what is this game? And now it's like one of the biggest franchises in Nintendo's lobby. No, Olimar didn't go up to level 50. Oh well, I'll make sure to level him up a little bit later. What I might do... Love Splatoon, I still need to get better in 3, but well, too many things to play. Yeah. Understandable. Alright, let's take a look at this amiibo that I have here before we get going. So we have this Greninja amiibo. And you can see here, he's already got spirits put into him. Got 1000 attack and 1000 defense. Which is a little scary. But I think we should choose a color for him that better suits him. Which one? They're all pretty good colors, I guess. I'm wondering, Shiny Greninja is so good. Yeah, this is the closest we have for Shiny Greninja. It doesn't have like the bright red tongue. I'm thinking either the red one or the green one. The red one looks really good. Green Ninja, maybe. So out of the green or red one, if anybody's here, which one do you guys prefer? Just curious. And we'll pick between those two, green or red. Did you wake... My doggo's waking up from his nap again. I'll just give everyone a couple of moments. Who knows, maybe we won't have anyone else say anything and we'll just pick green. I don't think we can change the nickname, we'll have to leave it, unfortunately. Yeah, they're all pretty good skins. Oop, better find out what that is about. Spam caller. Let him fight for his color. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Well, we can easily do that. We'll put this guy away for a moment. It's gonna be scary. He's already got like 1,000 extra, like, defenses and stuff. They're all good colored skins though, for sure. Alright. Let's let's go over to... Let's do a Pokemon stage, because that makes the most sense. I wanted this song. I haven't heard it much at all, and I like this song, so I'm gonna choose it. Alright. Hope you guys are ready to hear the word Greninja over and over again. Gonna take a while. Also, this is Alchemist's Greninja anyway, so it's not technically mine. So who knows, maybe they'll change it back to the regular color, but we'll see. This is gonna take a while. I'm almost there, guys. Gotta make sure everyone's level 9 as well. I would say out of all the colors that I probably don't want to see is probably the silver one. Technically, I think that's... It's either the silver one or the black one that's actually my own Greninja Amiibo color. Alright. Here we go. I'm betting for green or pink. You never know, CPUs are weird like that. I had, when I got my Young Link Amiibo, the Smash version one, I did a similar thing. Because I couldn't decide which color, because all of Young Link's colors are great. So I was like, you know what, I'll have them all battle. And I ended up... the orange one, I think, ended up winning. And he's called Carlin, which means little hero or little warrior. But yeah, that's how he got his color. Right, our first stock down is Silver Greninja. I just hear the ninja, ninja, ninja. Just all those water sound effects. Oh, we've got a fight happening over here. And we've got another KO from Purple. Regular has also lost its first stock. Pretty much. This stage is... I didn't realize this wasn't an Omega or Battlefield stage. This is just the actual stage. There's no final smashes either, so it's all just pure attacking. And I guess Dialga watching. Oh. Everybody is down on 2 stocks except for pink and green. Green is looking really weak though. Stock lead is definitely important. Just a bunch of frogs all fighting. Yeah, Dialga's like... He's got like an infestation of frogs or something. Oh, Palkia's here too. Thank goodness we don't have any of the stage hazards on, because I bet that would just cause even more chaos, especially on this stage. It's getting chaotic. Yeah, Palkia's like, oh shoot. I don't know if Giratina can show up on this stage, I can't remember. Oh, and there's Yuxi up in the top right. Not that you can see it right now. There it is. And we have our first KO. Silver is out of the running. Getting close. Down to the 3. Gonna head up, but I'll catch you later. No worries, Void. Thank you so much for staying around. I guess you'll get to find out later on which color wins. Who knows, maybe this raid boss will show up at some point. But have a good day or night wherever you are. Normal is out of the running. So the 2 skins that I was probably not as keen on using are gone, so that's pretty good. But we're down to the wire. Everyone's down to 1 stock apiece. Dark blue's out of running. Purple's out of the running. Getting tight. Cresselia's here. Imagine if this went to sudden death, that would be funny. I think... Whoop! Ooh, that was close. Oops, the screen went dark. No. Pink is out of the running. Black is out of the winning. Oh my god, it's literally the 2 skins I was talking about. It's red versus green. Green is in a bad position, but... We're down to the last minute. Oh, it's getting close. It could go either way now. Oh my god. Literally same brain cell. We're down to the last minute. This goes to sudden death. Can't believe we spent 7 minutes watching frogs fight each other. Oh god, it is super close. One of them just needs to land a solid hit. CPU, come on. Or the tech. I think it's gonna go to sudden death. Whoa!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Oh, that would have killed! Oh my god, Red clutched it last second. He was gonna die if time didn't run out. Oh my gosh. He was so dead. Like, the final spark occurred in the last 0. Like, couldn't leave this mattress too high. No worries. Well, the Red Greninja has wonneth. Oh my goodness. That was a Jaws of Defeat escape sort of sequence. Like, there was no way Red should have won that. If it wasn't for the sudden death, it definitely would have been a green. We would have gotten green ninja. Instead, we're getting Leonardo the Red Greninja. Though I have a feeling they're based off Ninja Turtles. Alright, let's give him his fighting skin. Okay, I leave now. No worries. Thanks for sticking around for the end bit of that. Night night. I'm gonna assume it says Fear instead of Mia, but it's all good. Alright, let's see how I go now. Considering this will be a strong frog. You know what? Let's honor the green ninja by playing green ninja. Alright, let's see how I go. I mean, it's been a long time since I played Greninja. Oh, far out. I went the wrong way. Okay. We want to avoid jumping as much as possible. We don't want to accidentally teach us Greninja the wrong thing. Him not doing anything also throws me off a bit. There we go, that's what we wanted. This song's great. Greninja's in that similar category as Fox, where it's a fast faller. Alright. It seems like it doesn't have much training, even with the spirits. So we're gonna have to be a little careful. It also seems a lot harder to kill, but that's probably because it's got a chunk of defense already stocked into it. Can't capitalize off any of the attacks. Alright, there we go. Neutral air doesn't seem to be really doing much. Oh, far out. Yeah, I'll let that kill me. That's fine. Whoops. Oh. He has a tendency to charge his attacks, I've noticed. I'm trying not to do that, but... can't get the up air to really land, unfortunately. Oh, far out. Caught me in my own plan. Oof. Yeah, I think down smash is a lot better than up smash. Up smash is a bit more pointed, like it's only really gets a good hit if you get him right above Greninja. But down smash seems to cover more area. So try and do my best to use down smash a bit more frequently instead of up smash. I think I'm too trained into using. Okay, my OBS dropped a lot of frames. Is the stream back on? Okay, it looks like it's back on. I don't know if I... It looks like this. Yeah, it looks like the session's okay. But yeah, I just noticed like the big red thing at the bottom. I was like, oh, that looks bad, and then it just disconnected on me. So it's a good thing I just paused just then. All right. Hopefully that doesn't cause too much issue in my recording. It probably will, but we'll find out. Okay. Back to the grind. Greninja's down throw doesn't really do much. So, I guess when we put more spirits into him, we need something that has a lot more launch power. That seems to be Greninja's biggest issue, is that he doesn't seem to have much launch. But yeah, that was weird. It's been a while since I've had an OBS dropout. That was back when my computer wasn't really connected via cable. I still had it like connect via a wireless modem. Never again, by the ways. It's so hard to train counter on characters. Like, see? Did he just taunt? I'll let that death happen. Oops! That was a mistake on my part. My GF used to question me a lot about why I had a cable that goes all around the house, and then I showed her stability, and those questions ended pretty much, yeah. I used to, even like, the thing is that even with stability, like even with me being connected to a cable, it's still not enough to help with Smash. When playing online, the lag is real. Alright. What level are we at? 21. So what I might do is go back to slow smash for a little while so we can get a little bit more accurate attacking. Let's just check him out for now, just to see what he's like. He's aggressive, which is good. But yeah, we had to, the cable that runs into my computer, it's actually through a hole in my wall. Like, there's a tiny little hole that feeds a Ethernet cable that goes to my downstairs. And from downstairs, there's another hole that leads to the other side of the house where my actual router is. We weren't allowed to, like, move the router whatsoever. Or that would cause questions from my grandparents. They would have probably gotten upset if we moved that router. And also, it was just hard to move it from where it was. But we were having, like, issues with just connecting sometimes with our, like, games and stuff, like the Switches and such, and the PlayStations downstairs because of how unstable it was. Because it's literally, you're trying to find a signal all the way at the other end of the house. So we got those multi-cable things, I guess is the best way to describe it. And ended up plugging all the stuff downstairs into it, and it worked well. And then eventually I would end up, like, refurbishing my room, getting like a floating wooden floor, and actually getting a table and a computer set up here. Because we couldn't find a good table for my computer. Like, we ordered one, and it turned out it was one too small for the desk. Like, it was advertised. It was too short, so I could barely get in. And it boasted having a keyboard holder underneath, and that broke within, like, a couple of, like, days. And we're like, seriously? What's the point of this thing? Like, I think it was missing a part, so we couldn't actually put it in properly. So we were just like, what's the point of that? And we didn't get rid of that desk because it still works as a desk. So it actually, what it's for is that I've my TV that I have for I guess my Switch is on that table. I'm actually landing my combos now that I'm not moving at Mach 20. Goodness. I don't know how normal Greninja players fight in these conditions. I also used to use a laptop, and I had it plugged into downstairs as Ethernet cable for a while. So, you know it's bad when, like, your upstairs computer moves slower than a laptop. I still have that laptop, like, on hand, but I don't ever use it anymore after I got my own computer. Like, why would I? I can barely run the programs that I needed to use whilst I was still in uni. But yeah, I spent most of my uni computer studying on a dinky little laptop. It was claiming to be for a gaming laptop, essentially. But it got hot playing games. There was one particular game that we played, and I think it was called Unfortunate Spaceman. It's a bit like Among Us, but goodness, my laptop got so hot and I needed to use the keyboard to like to even like play the game. And the place it got hot was literally where my fingers were to like actually move the characters around. So you can imagine just me sitting there with my fingers boiling because I couldn't. I had to use this laptop that was just. And it said it was a gaming laptop too. It was at that point I also realized that you should just, if it says gaming on it, it's usually not the best laptop. You should talk to experts about that. Because gaming on, whenever computer things say gaming, it usually is just a fancy word to get the sales in. Trying to get this side air, forward air, that's the word. There we go. Want to teach him to use forward air. We're almost at the 4-hour mark, so what I might do is play a little bit more and get this Greninja probably halfway up. Sometimes I wish, like, spam callers would just have, I could press a button and just send their call elsewhere, just waste their time. Because I know sometimes when it's them, because it usually starts with 03 in the number, and I'm just like, oh boy. Thankfully, if you just say yes, most of the time they can't respond. Because they have a bot or that determines whether the call gets through or not, interestingly enough. So how it works is it basically has a, I guess, a coding that says if the person says hello, initiate conversation. Because if you say yes, a good portion of these bots actually don't respond, and they just hang up immediately after a while. So that's why I think my friend was the one who told me to do that. And it happened yesterday where I got the phone call and I said yes and nothing happened for like 7 seconds or something like that. I decided to just, you know, okay. And then I said hello. The moment I said hello, the answering machine on the other end, the robot, started talking the moment I said hello. So if that gives any indication that they do that. Obviously, it doesn't stop all spam callers because some of them are human. And you just have to accept that. But usually bots have a hard time determining whether you're a customer or not if you say yes instead of hello. Sometimes they just start talking anyways. We both whiffed. No, I wanted to use forward air. I didn't tilt the... There we go. But yeah, I guess give it a try. See if it helps. It obviously won't stop all calls, but better some than none. And it really sucks that we're in a day and age where now, like, spam calling is now the biggest scam, like, guaranteed scam that exists out there. Because it's so easy for scammers to just do it. And even though there's so many messages, so many warnings out there saying, don't do this, don't do that sort of thing, there's always just somebody who's just not technologically illiterate. Like, thankfully, I'm grateful that my grandparents are, like, both Korean, and they're more fluent in Korean than, like, English, because they have a hard time understanding, like, when those spam callers, like, do call, and they often just say, I don't understand, and they just hang up, because they just don't understand the English of it, not the fact that they don't understand what the bot is saying. And usually the only people who call them are their friends, who often respond in Korean as well. So, like, if the response isn't in Korean or understands the Korean, it's usually not them. So they just don't answer. And they do have a mobile phone, but they don't answer that very well either. It's gotten to a point my auntie gets upset. She's like, why aren't they picking up their mobile phone? And goodness, they only use their mobile phones to watch YouTube. I usually answer those calls like, who is it and what do you want? And then they say, hello, I'm calling on behalf of, and then I answer, if you want something from that company, I'll call you, please stop calling. Ah, yeah. Unfortunately, I've had my fair share of, like, calls happen, and I'm just, like, not interested, like, at all. I'm just like... And they also pick a good time to call me in the middle of my stream, where I'm even less likely to listen to them. I'm like, bro, I'm busy playing video games. I'm pretty sure there was one time that they called me in one of my uni classes, and I was so annoyed because I was in the middle of something important, trying to listen to a lecture, so I was just like, I am busy, don't call me. And I think I may have scared that person off a little bit, because they sounded genuinely worried at the end of the call hanging up. But I was just like having none of that. I'd have no sympathy for spam callers or like scammers, like, at all. The lowest of the low. Like, stealing from people who, like, either elderly or don't understand how to use the technology, using fear to steal money off them. God, they're the worst. Oh, got it. Nice. And, like, they're fast as well nowadays. Because, like, recently there was a story about how somebody literally just did one wrong thing for that scam caller, and they lost, like, $60,000. Which is just awful. Hey, finally here. Hey, AJ! I guess you were just lurking for a longest time. Because, like, noticed your avatar being down there for quite a while, but... We're just talking about, I was in groups. Groups? What does that mean? Just curious. Yeah. Ow. It's a TTRPG. Like D&D, but backwards. TT. More... Len's like, oh no, more... I'm gonna guess that T might have to do with tactics, maybe? RPG is obviously role-playing game. So, but there's two T's. What is this code? Haha, I swung at a better time than you did. That didn't kill though? Oh, I guess the amiibo is... a little hefty. Ah, tabletop. So, oh yeah, I guess you did say it was like D&D. Gotcha. Did it go well, regardless? Played on Roll20 with people in a server and we had a murder mystery. Oh, that does sound fun. What we've been doing is training 2 amiibos, and we're training up this this particular amiibo. Has got spirits on him, so we're planning on training him up to be a raid boss. Because this is Alchemist's Greninja, so we intend to make him a strong boy. And he's already kind of strong right now. He's got spirits, but he's got like 1,000 attack and defense buff. So he's only level 27, but we're having trouble killing him. Oh, and you missed out we couldn't decide what color we wanted him to be because he was the base color, so I assumed Alchemist or Crest didn't have a choice in color for the Greninja. So we had every single color palette participate in an 8-player smash. And the last 2 Greninjas alive were the green and red one, which is the ones we're currently playing. And funnily enough, the green and red missed it then. You'll have to either watch the VOD or check it out later. But yeah, the green and the red one were the last ones, and they were also the 2 colors that I really wanted to choose from, but we couldn't really make a decision which one. And it came down to a sudden death, but the thing was that during the last 5-second countdown, the red Greninja was actually supposed to lose. But because the timer ran out, they were able to win the sudden death instead. Ah, missed it. There we go. But we're getting close to the 4-hour mark, so I'm actually planning to switch games for a little while. Only in the last hour. We'll be training this Greninja amiibo at another time, but he's getting there. Perhaps one day when the Alchemist has a Smash tournament or a Smash Arena open, we'll just casually place him in. Alright, let's see how he's still probably offensive. We'll see if he's offensive or aggressive. So yeah, you can see here, 1100 attack and 1300 defense. That's why, like, even at level 29, he's a bit of a trouble to knock out.